In a world of remakes and remasters,
Are we playing for
what was once sacred and cool has now soured and become lame.
Red?
Gone are the days of pods and cows.
Oops.
Hello.
Oh no!
Surprise.
I clicked a button and it stopped the intro. I didn't think it
The
would.
best generation.
Should we do it again? Nah, it's all right. Cowabunga. Now is the we're gonna talk about nerd stuff.
Let's have a LAN
Best
party.
gen. Oh, it's Pogs. Sorry, guys.
My
I
dad
screwed that up.
beat up your dad.
I was trying to do some like cleaning up some stuff. I was trying to delete an old video. Apparently, it stopped the new video. Welcome to Best Gen, everybody.
Hello there.
This is the show where nerds complain about nerdy things. It's called Best Gen because we're all roughly from the same gen, and we happen to think that it's the best, not because we as people are better, but because our entertainment was. So prepare to wax nostalgic as we reminisce upon the olden days of yore, and talk about how movies used to be good and now they used to be suck. There's so much to cover this week. We missed a week because my brother died, so went out of town, took a week off, but now we're back. Not this brother. This brother's still alive. We're joined by my not dead brother, David.
Glad to still be
And
here.
we're also joined by Jared down there, or as he likes to call himself, Bearded, because he has regained his honor by growing his facial hair back. We should be joined later by Jared and the Ingrimexa. I don't know when they're showing up because we're as you can tell, we're a little bit out of whack
Very well put together.
this week. Our brother died. It's not like super sad. He was special needs. Basically, it was pretty surprising that he grew to be 15 years old.
Yeah.
He was basically a 15-year-old baby. Never developed any kind of motor skills. He was just a giant 15-year-old with the skills of a newborn. So he could look around and he would smile at you, and that was it. We loved him. He was in pain most of his life. So when he died, it's sad, but also,
I'm glad he's no longer suffering.
yeah, it's kind of a relief. He's in a better place now, and so it was actually kind of a good time. All the family got together. It was fun. We got to celebrate his life, and so if you don't become a channel member, it's probably pretty disrespectful. We're in grief. So if you smash that like button, Tommy would have liked that. How are you, David?
Fine.
It's funny because our brother was special needs, but you were the only sibling who actually ended up retarded.
That's a low blow. Low blow, bro.
I forgot to let that zinger out at the funeral. I had a bunch of zingers for David, and that was one I forgot, so I saved it for the show.
Wow. Instead of for a couple hundred people to witness, you have broadcasted online for infinite number of people to see.
Oh, I love embarrassing my brother. So he had at the funeral, he had a flat tire, which is where your tie is poking out the bottom of the collar, so it's not tucked in far enough. And I didn't tell him until after he went up and gave his speech. And then I whispered in his ear, "You've had a flat tire this whole time. I just wanted to wait until you got up in front of everyone and made an idiot out of yourself. But you look ridiculous." It's pretty great.
The flat tire for me was always if you get the back of your shoe.
There's probably a different name for it.
Things, yeah.
The one that I've always heard for that is called deacon's tie, but that's a very like Mormon culture specific because that's what the year-old kids who are just figuring out wearing ties and don't have it figured out. So I don't know what else you'd call it. So flat tire works, but
Mark Clark. Shout out to Mark Clark.
In my will.
Shout out to Mark Clark, our channel member. If you want to become a channel member, it would be showing respect, for the lost, and for the departed. You get access to emojis and a store-wide discount, and a wonderful community of Mark so far. He's our channel member. It's a lot of fun though. David is taking me out of his will. See, the great part about that is that my wife makes more money than him, so I don't care.
That's true.
It's embarrassing how much money my wife makes. It's very emasculating. If we're being honest about it.
Back when you had a job, she made more than you and I combined,
I know.
And then I got a raise. And then she got a raise too.
I literally wrote a song about
Stephanie
it.
was not last year. Nope, she got another raise.
I wrote a song about it. It's called Sugar Mama. It's on the channel.
Yeah.
Every single time I accomplished anything in life, she would just get her another raise. But I love her. She's great. And she lets me do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. There is so much to cover this week because I've got 2 weeks of articles that just piled up, and because I was traveling, like I wasn't on my computer, so I was just on my phone, and so I had extra articles that just popped up. I had to cut like half of them, and we've got like 30 to get through. So much to cover. We watched, some of us watched Quantumania, the Antman #3. Some of us watched The Knock at the Cabin, the Lamadong movie, and we also watched The Last of Us episode 5, which was 2 weeks ago, and then episode 6, which was a week ago, because we're a week off from The Last of Us. Episode 7's tonight, apparently. I'm not excited for it. I'm really over The Last of Us. We'll still cover it, but after episode 5, I was like, I'm done. I'm not invested in the show anymore.
I'm still having fun.
Yeah, episode 5 started out really good. It was, I really liked what they were doing with it, and then it just kind of, a couple things happened near the end that it was just completely nonsensical and dumb,
and retroactively made the rest of the story make less sense.
Yes. Yeah,
it was silly,
but we'll go into that.
It's still like, I don't know. I'm uninvested. Completely uninvested. There's a whole bunch of nerd news though. Should we do some nerd news? I have one story. Okay, full disclaimer. I've been real good. I try not to get political on the channel. Okay. There is technically one story that's not like nerd culture related, but it's so funny. Yes, it involves a political figure, but it's worth it. It's funny. So bear with me. We're just going to get that one out of the way. Do you guys know who Sam Brinton is? He's he's on the Biden. He's on the Biden administration, the head of nuclear waste disposal. He's
luggage stealer.
He's an alphabet person, and he steals women's luggage from airports. And I believe he's been fired at this point. But one of the luggages that was stolen, the owner found out that it was hers. I believe she's a fashion designer, and she had some of her personal clothes in her bag that she's worn. And when the story went public, she's like, "Hey, that's my dress that was stolen that I designed was stolen from my briefcase." That's her wearing it. and that's this person wearing it. Pretty funny. There was another her custom jewelry. This is her Twitter account. It
Wow.
sucks that your luggage got stolen. This man should be in prison. But yeah, that's him wearing it, and that's her wearing it. That's as political as we'll get until we talk about communism. So Quantumania, apparently Quantumania is proof that we can officially panic about Marvel now. Yes, Mark Lucky did get fired.
Yeah. News to the rest of the world. We've been panicking ever since Space Force started.
I mean, I'm not panicking anymore because I'm uninvested. But Marvel should be Marvel should be panicking. Disney should be panicking.
Yeah.
They should have been panicking a long time ago because the signs were all there. That's some good stuff. You gotta plug in. Sponsor me, Bundaberg, because I literally drink one of your sodas every stream. Delicious Aussie hand churned soda. This blood orange. I got all kinds of flavors. Disney should have been panicking a long time ago. But Quantumania is just the latest step in their downward spiral, and it's the worst step they've made. This article is just talking like narratively why it's a bad movie. But if you look at the numbers as well, nope, that one comes later. Oops. It had a 70% second week drop, which is the biggest drop of not just Marvel, any superhero movie ever.
So that is still bad no matter what, but the big opening weekends always do have a larger than average drop off, and it's kind of to be expected because they've got such a big opening weekend. I'm seeing that next comment. Did it actually make 225 opening weekend?
No, it was 100 million.
It was 100 million. Okay.
Hmm.
So that's even with a huge, even if it had a 225 million drop off or 225 million opening, 70% still not good. But yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They predicted it would probably get like 90 to 100 million, and it got 100 million because you still have, and that's what the numbers have shown. The Marvel stands, the only people still invested in the MCU, they will go see anything. But the normal moviegoers are done.
Starting to drop off.
Like regular films that aren't like superhero movies and like big, huge blockbusters. I think the average is a 30% second week drop. Some movies obviously get down to 70%. Right?
No, I think they're usually closer to 60% drop from week 1 to week 2.
I looked it up. I believe the average is 30 or 40%.
I've heard otherwise, but yeah, either way.
And that's a hard number to average, right? Because you have like indie films versus like big blockbusters, right? But I believe it averages to like 35%. But regardless, this is the biggest, so if we're comparing it to comparable films, superhero films, this is the largest drop of all time.
Yeah, certainly can't argue that.
Including DC.
Of course, DC just didn't open very big movies anyway.
Comparably, this performed worse than Black Widow. That was released during the pandemic, which was released simultaneously in theaters and on Disney Plus.
Yeah, that's bad.
Was that one?
And this has a worse second week drop.
Yeah. Was Black Widow one that was hidden behind the $30 extra price tag or no?
Yeah, I believe you had to pay for it. Or no, I don't know. I think you had to pay for Black Widow, yes.
Did you? Okay.
Yes, you did. You did. I remember. It wasn't $30 though. It was like 15 or something.
Their paid thing, if you wanted to get them at the same time they released, it was $30. It was ridiculously expensive, even though you were already a subscriber to Disney Plus, and you would end up getting it cheaper from like Amazon or like
Yeah.
other VOD services.
Right.
But-
no,
but-
I think it was the same price on Amazon, but you got special features if you got it on Amazon.
But then you're also paying your Disney Plus price as
Right.
opposed to like you're
Right.
not paying like. So either way,
Yeah.
it was a really dumb move because it was even worse for Disney Plus subscribers than it was.
Yeah, I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
Anyway,
I mean, I'm fine if it's just like, $5 and see it early. That's fine.
right. But 30 is stupid. Anyway, this is the next one I want to see. Cocaine Bear.
No, I'm not excited for it. But I was gonna make a point. I had a point. But $30. Yeah, that seems pricey, but that's also the price of 2 tickets.
Yeah.
So if you have a family and you rent it, that's cheaper.
It's
with your
it's
whole
more
family.
in comparison to the fact that it's the
Yes.
same price on anything else, but you're also paying for Disney Plus subscription. So that Disney Plus subscription is doing you no good and it's just costing you more.
Right.
Whereas they should be giving a better price to those who are already subscribed to their
Yeah.
service.
That would
So-
be the smart way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not excited for Cocaine Bear. It was directed by
Bear doing.
Oh yeah, I'm not expecting it to be like good. I'm expecting it to be entertainingly stupid. Maybe not for the same reasons that you are, but just
Yeah.
because of the premise of Cocaine Bear. I'm
Yeah,
excited
the
for
re-
them.
The reviews I've seen are like it's not even funny. It's
Really?
just painful. Which is
Well, hey,
it's a
I went
hard
and
premise
watched
to
Winnie the
get
Pooh-
wrong.
Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, so I don't think it's going to be worse than that.
Did you see it?
I did.
Oh,
It
Blood
was
and Honey. It looked horrible. It's a
not
meme,
good.
right? It's a meme movie. The trailers looked awful. It's just like, hey, it's Winnie the Pooh killing people, but it's not done well. Like Violent Night is actually like they
Violent Night
put
is
money
so
into
good.
it. Blood and Honey is clearly just an indie movie that they spent like $1,000 on and
Yeah.
bought a Winnie the Pooh costume and had him murder some people.
It literally just gets it got carried by the fact that it is recognizable IP that just broke into the public domain. So
Yeah.
they're like, "Ooh, we can do this fun thing. What's up? That's in public domain." And it was awful. It was terrible. But that's the thing is, you go to that movie expecting it to be awful, but
Yeah.
it really was like poorly made. Like the editing on it, like they held things way too long. And even then, it was barely an hour and a half. Like
It's
it
an
was-
hour and a half.
and,
Oh,
like, yeah,
man,
there's a
yeah,
scene
sure.
where like Christopher Robin comes back, right, and he brings his wife back to meet Pooh and these friends that he knew from when he was a kid because he left him when he went to school, and they can't find anybody, and then they're starting to get worried, and then like they bust out and kill his wife, and he runs away, and then he's like surrounded by Pooh and Piglet coming in at him, and they just like seriously like a 3-minute scene of him just cowering in the middle and them like slowly walking in towards him. But it's not like ominous. It's not like well done. It's just like the same thing for 3 minutes or something like that. It's totally ridiculous, and just poorly done. But that's what you expect going into it. So yeah, we had fun with the audience there laughing at all the just ridiculous and stupid choices because they do this weird subplot. Sorry to divert us onto that one.
No. This is what the show's about. We're talking about
I'd be interested to see how much that movie made because I mean, obviously, it's just a cash grab because Winnie the Pooh is now in the public domain and they don't have to pay for the rights anymore. So.
Honestly, I don't even know if I did say cash grab, but I don't know if I'd call it a cash grab. It honestly just sounds like a bunch of college kids who are like, "Hey, let's do this thing," right?
Yeah.
I think if it was a cash grab, it would be like Disney saying, "Oh, we're gonna," or, even though they own it already. But.
It's so I agree. I wouldn't call it a cash grab, but I think it's I think it's beyond like just college filmmakers. But it's people that make just cheap, ridiculous, stupid indie films like this, and it's again the cheapest, like crappiest film that you can make. But is
it at least so bad that it's funny? Like you can laugh at it?
Yeah, mostly.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of other worse parts to it that like you don't laugh at, but at the same time you just have to shake your head and just like, I mean, that's exactly what you're getting into. You know what you're getting into with it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
the other like main plot, like it then cuts to this girl who's getting away on a girls trip with her friends for the weekend to an Airbnb that's right there at the 100-acre woods or something like that. It's really weird and confusing, but like they slowly reveal that she had a stalker that like broke into her house and like super creepy stuff, right? But then she's like worried that this is still the stalker, and like the friends make like all of the worst versions of the like horror movie tropes. If you have a friend that's like chilling in the hot tub, taking selfies, trying to be sexy, and then behind her, she's reviewing the selfies. She sees the Pooh Bear, whatever the thing he is, in one of the shots. She's like, "What the heck?" Looks around like, "Hello, anybody there?" And then she's like, "You're not ruining my night." And she like goes to get back in the hot tub, and then he comes and kills her. And it's like, you not only did the like go and investigate to try to figure out what the creepy thing is. She like as she's going is like, "Are you stalking my friend?" Like the dumbest stuff. And then she's like, "Nah, you're not gonna ruin my weekend," and like goes back and just ignores it. So like just dumb stuff like that. There's some weird cuts too, and they just like they're in the middle of like an intense scene, and then they cut away to another couple of characters that get killed, and then they cut back to the same bit with the other characters so that they can run into the aftermath of that scene. And it's like it was really awfully done. It was terrible, but it was so much. It was fun to watch it and laugh at it. So
what's funny is while you were describing all those horrible decisions, I closed my eyes for a second and I thought you were talking about Quantumania. Which we'll get back to, but first we got to shout out Mark Clark. You're awesome. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Because I started this conversation with you before the stream started. He started a book series with book 1. Everybody, hold on.
What series?
Yay! Yeah, you got to tell us. What? I just did a road trip and I just read a whole bunch of books. And Angry Mex is here.
He's angry.
How's it going?
I'm doing fine. How about you guys? Well,
super good.
Fine
We
is
just
yeah.
got a $10 super chat from Mark Clark, who's awesome.
Woo!
Yeah, tell us what series.
$.
Tell us what series you started, and we'll talk about books a little bit later. How's it going?
I can't complain. It hasn't been the easiest of the the 2 weeks that we haven't been able to do this, but we've been getting better. Yeah, it's been rough, but
the long Earth.
Terry Pratchett.
Yeah, that's Terry Pratchett. That's not Discworld. Cool. Yeah, I've heard really good things about the Long Earth. I just have too many Discworld books to read before I get to that one.
I was gonna laugh. It was just a 1-book series.
I think there's like 5. There's a couple Long Earths. Yeah. It's Stephen Baxter. Isn't it both of them? Okay, I might be confused.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's Terry Pratchett and Stephen Baxter.
Yeah, it's
I don't
both.
know.
The premise is that it's like a multiverse thing, but they're all like connected and it's like long. I don't know. It's weird. I had a friend explain it to me once when I was a teenager, and I don't remember a whole lot. But speaking of Terry Pratchett, I just read. There's 4. Yeah, I just read Small Gods, which was it was wonderful. It was a great treat. So I go to Terry Pratchett in between big books because his are usually shorter, and it's a nice little palate cleanser. If I read like a 50-hour book from Brandon Sanderson, then I quickly do a little Discworld.
So a short Brandon Sanderson novel followed by a short, because 50 hours, that's pretty short for Brandon.
So and Small Gods is probably my second favorite Terry Pratchett book so far. First is obviously Going Postal, one of the greatest books of all time. And I've read a lot of Terry Pratchett since then, and they're all pretty good, just not quite as good as Going Postal was. And I think Small Gods was the closest one that was like almost as good. It was fun. It was real fun.
Nice.
Discworld is a little bit goofy, but I enjoy it. It's a very similar vein to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, except it was written by someone who's not a pessimistic atheist. So similar
I remember really liking Hitchhiker's Guide and the rest of the series when I read it in my teen years or whatever, and then I tried to go back to it. It's
kind of tough.
Years ago, and I'm like, this is more dark and like pessimistic than I remembered it being. I remembered more of the goofiness.
It's very cynical.
Yeah,
Well, back
It's-
when you're a
it's
teenager,
funny.
you're all cynical and
yeah.
pessimistic and
Yeah.
hate
I mean,
life.
honestly, I'm not. I wasn't that much, maybe compared to what I am now, but still not that much. As you can
Yeah.
tell, I'm the positive one here. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I don't want to rag on Hitchhiker's Guide too much. Like it's a good series.
Mhm.
It's just you know, as you become older, as you have kids, you start to like just value different things. You know, like to this day, one of my favorite like chapters of any book of all time is the opening chapter to The Restaurant at the End of the Universe. That is just so funny. I love it.
it's been a while since I've read that one, but I know I read it. But, yeah.
As a son of a
Nice.
postal worker, I know the phrase "going postal" a whole different line. Yeah, it means like to snap, right? Yeah, a lot of Discworld is silly, especially if you start from the beginning. The Color of Magic, it's good. It's not a good place to start, and it's not his best book. And even Terry Pratchett admitted, like, it's not a great story. I like it, but Going Postal is, it's poetic. It's brilliant. I love it. You think Jared was a goth as a youth? Yeah. I was a little bit goth. I wasn't like super hardcore. No.
Yeah.
I did have a spiky belt.
I had one of those.
I remember that.
Couple.
That thing was
I
so
looked-
tacky.
Dude, I look good in it. Okay.
No, bro.
I pulled it off hard. I was a lot skinnier in high school. High school was like the one time I was a little bit skinny.
The closest I got some long hair just going into college.
Yeah.
So
Long hair, not even that long, but
yeah, that does not scream goth to me. That screams band geek.
ironically enough, though, I was not. At least not in high
Yeah.
school. I did it in middle school, but that was it.
So
Bro, let me check if I have my photo from college, bro. I was such a
Yeah, go
lefty,
get it.
bro. I was such a freaking lefty. No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can see it, but
I wasn't.
ID?
Yeah. Oh, you,
Jesus Christ, man!
oh,
I
that's
was
nice.
skinny as well, bro. I was dealing with. Yeah.
I actually wasn't in band. I wanted to, but I never got into it. I was in percussion.
That's what I did
Like
in middle
world.
school.
I did like world percussion, like African drumming and stuff.
I love percussion, bro. I always wanted to do that, but in my school it was not that cool. You know, we didn't have many percussions. We only have marimba and and the regular drums. So I was like, okay, I'm going to play the piano, I guess.
I like the marimba. Though. It was fun.
Oh, the marimba was good, but the regular drums was like, my god.
So Quantumania.
Oh, nice! I got in time.
Yeah, Quantumania. My
Jesus.
one word review for Quantumania would be baffling. Does anyone else have any other words?
Let me check my thesaurus, bro, because my vocabulary is not that.
Check your Spanish to English dictionary. This movie, I do not understand. It was bad. It was really bad. And back to a little bit of articles before we get into it. Turns out all of the VFX were rushed.
Oh no, no kidding.
The team was understaffed and huge deadlines. And
Because
they
there's a
were all
lot
complaining.
in that. Yeah.
There's too much, even like.
And none of it looks good. I don't think there was a single shot where I was like, wow, that looks nice. It was,
There was that article we read several weeks ago that said that VFX artists are leaving Disney and Marvel in mass because it's just they hate working there.
It is more of a problem with the industry than just Disney, but Disney obviously is
the
pretty
worst.
front and center because they're doing more of it.
Right.
But it's less a thing that Disney themselves are doing. It's more a thing that the industry is doing, and Disney just happens to be contracting out to them the most. And so, yeah.
This movie sucked.
Yeah,
I still had fun with it, but
it was just bafflingly bad. I don't think it was as offensive as Thor: Love and Thunder, in that like, oh, it's
Well-
like destroying the character, but it was just bad. They kept. I'm gonna get rid of this. It was baffling to me.
Yo, I found my word, bro. I found the one
Yes.
word review. I look hard in that source. It's pathetic.
Pathetic. Yeah.
No, pathetic. Pathetic with B. It
Pathetic.
means producing an unintentional effect of anticlimax. But never mind. I think I mean, it's
Okay,
yeah.
I don't think
A
that's
little over our heads. I don't know.
I haven't heard
Yeah.
that word.
You got a better.
I mean, it's on Google. You know, it wasn't all me. I just typed on creative, and I went for synonyms, and it was just like one of them, stale, or you know.
The movie, like, I tweeted this from the movie theater. The dialogue was so slow in every single scene. It was like, here is what we are going to do, and it's just like, it was just painful.
Almost like the Rings of Power, in my opinion. It felt a lot of when Celebrimbor was speaking, he always was like, this, and that, and it's like, holy, why are those pauses?
And it did the movie a disservice because they never explained anything. So anytime the movie slowed down, your brain started going back. Oh, wait, that didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. If they'd have kept a fast enough pace, a lot of people like maybe wouldn't have noticed the inconsistencies. But they kept slowing it down. And spoilers, there's a surprise cameo in the movie from Bill Murray.
Except that they showed that in the trailers, so it's not
Oh,
all.
they did?
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He pops up in at least one of the trailers.
Bill Murray shows up for some reason.
Why?
Serves literally no purpose. And that was the slowest scene of the whole movie. Their conversation, they're like, it was so awkward. The dialogue, the dialogue makes no sense. The plot makes no sense. They kept bringing things up like hey, this is an important thing, and then just moving along, right? It was kind of like, hey, let's showcase all these weird and quirky things that are in the quantum realm, except we're not going to explain any of them because it's unexplainable. It's weird. But they also don't serve the plot, and then we're going to breeze past them and never going to bring them up again. And so what was the point of any of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was like that was like the entire movie was just, hey, this, hey, that, hey, this, hey, that. And there was no plot. The plot is they get sucked into the quantum realm and they have to get out. And King is also there. And the whole they do the stupid thing where Lady Antman, Michelle Pfeiffer, I don't know her character's name.
Janet Van Dyne.
Who cares? Janet
Who
Van Dyne.
cares? Yeah.
You know her from the comics. There's nothing else. Come on.
Okay. So Janet Van, who cares? She was in the quantum realm for a long time, and they saved her in the second movie, right? Mm-hmm. Because they learned how to do they learned how to go into the quantum. And she did a bad thing in the quantum, and it caught, and so now they're in the quantum. They have to worry about the bad thing, and she kept saying, "No, I can't explain it to you. I'll explain it later." For the entire film, and she never explains it. And then once it's kind of explained, like what she did, it's still like, "Oh, that was it. You knew a guy.
You knew a guy, realized it helped him out, and then realized that he was bad."
The twist was she knew King. That was it. Mm-hmm. She talked to him briefly and helped him figure out a math.
And then she saw that.
The big secret that they kept delaying for the entire. No, I can't. It's so embarrassing. Like, I did a horrible thing. I can't tell you. It's weighing on my conscience. I can't tell you what it is. I can't tell you. And they're like, "Why? Just tell us." And then it's finally revealed to just be nothing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's like the most bad, the worst thing that the mom did, I don't know, Meg Ryan, is Meg Ryan, right? The actress, or
No,
something like
Michelle
that?
Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Same thing.
Basically,
Basically same thing.
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
basically from the 70s. But yeah, so the worst thing that she did was basically stopping Kang, like
Yeah.
risking her life for stopping
Yeah,
Kang.
what she did was good, kind
It
of.
was good, yeah. And she was like, "Oh, I don't want my daughter to know." Why you saved the world, the universe? And
I
my
don't like.
God, like, why couldn't she? Like, the major plot point, like you said, is that she didn't tell anyone that she was in the quantum realm and that
Yeah.
she experienced any of this. When if she, yeah,
Well,
only if she said, "Hey, there's a guy that likes to conquer wars and destroys universes, and is
all of the
literally named
plot could have been avoided.
Kang the Conqueror," literally.
Her refusal to tell them information almost got most of them killed.
Mm-hmm.
Like all she had to say, hey, there's a guy we need to worry about. Like, and the reason why you can tell that this movie was reshot about 7 times, and edited horribly. The editing is so bafflingly bad and confusing. There's literally a scene they split up, they get separated, and there's 2 groups, and so the mom and dad are with the wife, the Wasp, and Antman is with his daughter, and they're trying to find each other. And so the group of 3 are trying to find Bill Murray because he used to help them, and the other 2 get captured by a group of unspecified people. And it's cutting between the 2, and there's a scene. It cuts to Ant-Man and his daughter for literally 20 seconds, and then cuts back to the other group, and then and when it comes back, no time has passed, and you're like, why are you making these cuts? So
Holy.
they get captured, and they drag. It sounds confusing. I'm not explaining it well because it's not explained well in the movie. Okay, so they get captured together, and they get taken by this group. Then it cuts away to the other group, and they're doing who cares. And then it comes back to Ant-Man and his daughter, and they're still captured, but they're separated for some reason, and they drag Ant-Man up to like a ritual thing, and they're gonna make him drink some juice that makes him hear languages. Okay.
Bro.
And his daughter's there, just drink the juice, even though the last time we saw them, they were both captured together, and we know that no time has passed, except for in the time that no time has passed, the daughter has already gone through this ritual, and they were separated, and she drank the thing, and now he was brought there separately for some reason, because it was reshot, obviously. And she's like, hey, don't drink the thing, it's fine. And then the entire time he's panicking, even though he sees that his daughter has already drunk the thing. And then that was the 20-second scene. Then it cuts back to the other 3, they're doing something, and then it cuts, and then when we return to the 2 characters, no time has passed, and he drinks the thing. You're like, why do you keep cutting? It's stupid. It's so hard to understand. There were so many moments like that where 2 characters would leave together, and then the next time you saw those characters, like they would be brought to each other. Does that make sense? So Ant-Man and his daughter leave together, and they're both captured, and then the captors bring them together. Hey, we got to do this thing. Then there's a scene where King leaves with Janet Van Who Cares. They leave the room together. None of them are captured. Like she's going with him willingly. They leave to go to his like big bad guy room together. And then it briefly cuts to another scene, and then it cuts back, and King is sitting on his throne, and his servants are hauling in Janet Van Dyne. And no time has passed. You're like, but you left together. And now, so you can just tell that there was a different story here, and it's just someone took a jigsaw puzzle, threw it down on the table, and just slathered it with glue because none of the pieces fit together. It's ridiculous.
Bro, I've seen so many sitcoms in my life that this is clearly like the typical A and B story, arc of, but it's so forced. but like you said, it feels like there was like a third act, like a C story, and they just cut it down. Said just put the thing about Kang, give like the worst origin story of any villain in literally the worst origin story of any villain in the story of Marvel. Even the Kingpin from Daredevil was a better with the hose and then
King is such an embarrassing bad guy. For some reason, he needed Janet's help to solve the math problem of his broken spaceship, which just makes him completely incompetent because, like, she didn't really do anything special. They just like worked together for a little bit, and then she took the thing and made it big and small at the same time.
he needed some punani.
But like, he's just so embarrassing and just defeated so easily. But he's supposed to be the big Thanos bad guy.
Yeah, which sucks because in the comics he's really freaking cool.
And he's already been defeated twice now.
Yeah.
And it was embarrassing.
Yeah. The problem was so I haven't seen Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania yet, but what I perceive as part of the problem is they had to introduce King somehow to the mainstream audiences because he was introduced in the Loki TV show. Yeah. And if he just shows up, without any introduction, people are going to be confused. So they have to introduce him in this movie. But it sounds to me like it's all not well thought out and rushed.
Yeah.
So I wasn't in any hurry to see this movie in the first place.
They don't have to think it out because what they're doing is it's the multiverse of Kings is going to be the bad guy. Right. So the King in Loki dies, and that was supposed to be the King keeping all of the other Kings in check. And in this one, it's King the Conqueror, who's supposed to be the bad one.
But he's the one that got kicked out from all the rest of them for being too extreme.
And apparently he's the bad one in this movie, except that everything they've said kind of paint him as the good guy because his goal was exactly the same as the Eternal King from Loki, is that he wanted to fight the other kings. It's just bafflingly stupid. And the end credits scene is the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life.
I didn't even. I forgot. I just got out of the theater. I was just like baffled, man. I was like, "What is this?" I fell asleep like twice in the whole movie. Like, I remember waking up to a huge ocean of ants just attacking, and basically, okay, yeah. But that was also in the was in the trailers, but
yeah,
like a scene.
So what happens is King dies at the end. King the Conqueror dies.
Probably.
And then they do the Rick and Morty thing, which was ripped off from Marvel originally, but it was done better in Rick and Morty, like the Council of Ricks. So it's the Council of Kings.
Oh no.
And it opens up with Egyptian King, like in like full Pharaoh Egyptian stuff.
Yeah,
which does reference back to the comics because he went.
Yes, but it didn't look stupid in the comics. He looked ridiculous. Okay, he looked like a meme. Okay, so it shows Egyptian King, and it shows like a seer king saying, oh, "King the Conqueror has been destroyed. We don't need to be afraid of him." So like, the bad guys are afraid of this guy who got beaten up by ants. Okay. We don't have to be afraid anymore. We can go and conquer worlds. And so there's Gasir King, there's an Egyptian king, and then the third king that they introduce you to is freaking Chinese king. Okay? He's got the big old long
it sounds like a Mortis.
and he's doing this voice that is just like so embarrassingly bad. Like this looks like an SNL sketch. Legitimately, it looks horrible. It's like, now we can conquer world. We can, like, it's so freaking stupid. And then, and like, how many? And the Egyptian king is like, how many kings did you call to council? And then Chinese king, like Fu Man King, right? Is like, I called all the kings. And then it shows this arena of kings just appearing. And I kid you freaking not, okay? After it pans into the arena and it just shows people like teleporting in, this was the prevalent track on the audio. You start hearing this monkey going, and I'm like, no. And they pan over and there's a gorilla king, which I'm told is racist. Okay, I've been told that that's racist. There's legitimately a gorilla black guy king bouncing up and down. There was also like an alligator king or whatever. It was so freaking racist.
Right. Why did I walk? I forgot I was watching a Marvel movie, bro. It was such a bad movie. I thought I was watching like Moonfall or something. Oh my god. Oh
and we haven't even talked about how bad MODOK was.
Oh no.
David, if you're wondering why we haven't talked about the plot, it's because there wasn't a plot.
Yeah.
No, we already did talk about the plot. It was just that simple.
Yeah, that was a story that was really dumb and slow, and there was a B story that was a little bit faster, but
the A and B story were the same story.
Yeah.
It was just different characters doing the same story.
Basically the same, yeah. Getting captured, drinking some weird alien juice, some weird alien dispose, probably alien
drink the alien juice, it helps you listen to
Bro.
hear their languages.
The alien that is obsessed with holes.
Bro, they did it so weird, bro. The character was making like sexual jokes, like weird jokes, like that invaded.
Holes.
Like
I don't have holes, but now I have holes because I got shot.
That was so weird. And the guy that is Chibi in the Netflix comedy good place show.
Good Place.
The Good Place. He's like the black guy.
The black guy.
Chidi.
The Good Place. Chidi.
Yeah.
Right.
He's in this movie.
Yeah.
I was wondering why are there humans in the quantum realm and why do they behave as
Because they're not
humans?
They kept on bringing up the fact that humans were rare and that if any human shows up, Kang will hunt them down because that's the key to his escape is he needs a human. But apparently he doesn't need a human. He needs PIM particles from humans, but that's beside the point. And then half of the people they show are just human. Like Bill Murray just shows up as Bill Murray. Chidi just shows up as Chidi. And the warrior lady they're all just humans.
Wow.
Like there are creatures running around, but
You could argue that they're not human. I think that Bill
come
Murray
on, man.
was like, oh, you guys are human. So I mean, they look just like humans, but
the guy has a fade, bro. He has a fade.
Chidi actually at least had a little like glowy thing in his head.
That's the only thing. He has like a shiny avatar thingy when he reads minds. But his power is so stupid because he suddenly can read minds like 2-3 miles away from a guy with a gun and but he can read every mind every time everywhere, and he's like, oh, it's so disgusting, everyone is so disgusting. It's like everything is a joke with this guy.
I mean, I would not doubt that somebody who could read minds would just be like, oh, yep, nope, everybody has really disgusting thoughts, yeah, because everyone does.
Yeah,
So
but you're
thoughts,
used to that. You're not traumatized by that. You're like every time since you were born, you're listening to dirty thoughts probably from your parents. Imagine that's so effed up, but you're not like
the hero,
just-
David. The hero of the film was communism. That's how they won.
I thought it was
They won with communism.
it was the
ant
old
commune.
lady, the
Yeah.
she was the old
Yeah.
she was
It
Meg
was
Ryan.
Deus ex communism is how the movie ended because when they got so they get sucked into the quantum realm because Ant-Man's daughter is doing quantum experiments. It's in the trailer. I've been sending a signal into the quantum realm. What? You've been sending a signal into the quantum realm? No, that's dangerous. And then they get sucked in because Kang sucks them in. It's not explained how Kang even knew whatever. It's stupid. Except that at the end of the second movie, Jan Van Dyne is with them doing quantum realm experiments.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's stupid. and when they get sucked in, Hank Pym has an ant farm of ants that he's been making. He's been adding science attachments to, and they all get sucked in at the same time. But apparently, the ants get sucked into a time pocket, and they live for millions of years in the quantum realm instead of the other people who were just there for a day. And so they've developed an ant society of communism. And so there's a bunch of giant ants. And so at the end of the movie, they're like, we're not going to be able to defeat King. But then they meet this group of giant ants, and they're like, but these ants they're so smart because communism. And if you noticed, The Last of Us did the same thing. Yeah, I want to kill myself. Okay.
In game.
I'm so pissed off. So they found this huge society of this perfect utopia of ants because they're socialists. He says, "Oh, look, I know that socialism is a charged word, but we could learn a lot from these ants." Like I almost threw up in the theater.
Yeah, I think that's really the only actual line towards socialism that it actually says. But yeah,
and it's bad.
The whole movie is about rebels, like how the rebels are the good guys. And she said something like Meg Ryan. I'm going to keep calling him Meg Ryan. So Meg Ryan says the line, and I quote almost the same. Is she said something around the lines of, "We were the good guys, but in other perspective, we were terrorists."
Oh,
so yeah. And she was like, okay.
Daughter, before they get sucked into the quantum realm. Yeah. Jan Van Dyne says, "Yeah, I was a good guy, but I was a rebel. But depending on some people, some might call me a terrorist."
Well, people would also call the American
Al-Qaeda
terrorist as well. I mean, yeah, anytime there's a rebellion, that it's a
except that Ant-Man's daughter, before they got sucked into the quantum realm, was arrested for attending a peaceful protest in which she assaulted cops. So
she probably could have killed cops actually if she didn't know how to.
Right?
She shrieked them, but what if there were people in that car?
Yeah. You're like, oh, it was just a peaceful. Like they were clear. It was clearly just like pushing just a horrible message that I'm so freaking sick of. Like Hollywood trying to virtue signal and teach us about morals when they're the reason why the casting couch existed and Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. Like the people who were visiting Epstein Island were all celebrities, okay? And then they have the audacity to tell us that rape culture is a thing when they're the ones who invented it. Go screw yourselves. Don't preach to us about morality, okay?
That's the only thing I hate because perhaps my morals or my ideals are a little bit liberal. I'm basically a libertarian because I believe that everyone has the right to live their own life. I'm way more conservative in a sense because I want what everyone wants. I think what everyone should aspire to do, right, with their lives.
Yeah.
But they just trying to teach a way of life that is completely trying to destroy the other way of life that most people want or that most people are happy with. Why do they try so hard to destroy that idea? Why do they love things like socialism or terrorism, even like peaceful, but mainly peaceful, the protest,
fiery but mostly peaceful.
That was the phrase I was looking for.
Yep.
So the point of the ants, though, is they meet this giant, huge civilization of ants, and so they're like, okay, now we have an army to fight King with, and then they don't use it. Then they show up to King's army, and they use the other rebel group to fight King's army, and a majority of those people die. And then at the very, very end, after they've all retreated and there's no hope, the ants show up, even though they made the plan for the assault inside the ant colony.
Yeah. Deus and Machina.
It's Deus and Machina. Yes.
Jesus Christ. And the whole deal with the ants, like, are you the freaking conqueror? Like, you literally were burning planets with your powers. And I guess maybe he doesn't have his own powers. He says himself that he is the same that he has the same power level that he was before. He's like, oh, you helped me complete myself, something like that, you know.
Also, like they never explain why people are even there in the quantum realm. They hinted at like, oh, this is weird that people are there. And for a second, I thought that they were going to explain it because when they show the flashbacks, there is no civilization. It's literally just Jan Van Dyne and Kang. Jan Van Dyne has been stuck there.
Some sort of monster is trying to attack.
Completely alone with no civilization, and then Kang shows up, crashes there, and she acts like it's the first human she's seen in years. And then it's just them working together, and I thought that it was going to be explained like this, and it actually would have made some sense. Is that his ship jumps through universes. It jumps between realities, and so the drive of the ship was like multiple realities, like put into a machine, right? And when she helps him fix it to help him escape, he promises to bring her back to Earth, but then she touches him and sees his mind that he's a bad guy, except that if that's also another point. If he wasn't actually the bad guy, if King the Conqueror was the good guy, then when she looked into his mind, she would have seen that he was trying to stop the other kings. And so the movie makes no sense. But if we ignore that, she takes her little pin like things, make it big, and she puts it on the thing and then throws it, and it creates like a big I thought it was going to create an explosion. It didn't. It just made the thing big. Which, like, he could still technically use. It just, I don't understand. But I think she put a big one and a small one on it at the same time, so it was big and small. So it was big, and there was a small one inside the big one, and
they did that in the end. But I think that she just did that beginning.
Yeah, no, it works differently, right? When they do it, they do the exact same thing at the end, and it explodes.
I think the key is that it is a little different because she just does beginning ones, but there's something weird with the way that like it keeps beginning or something. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they showed her doing both because otherwise it would have just gotten big.
I think it did just get big because if you compare the difference between when she did it, that one got big and it was so big that he had to jump into it.
If it was big, why couldn't he just make a bigger ship and use it?
I think that's the plot. Sure that's the plot hole, not that it didn't get big. I think it did just get big because at the end when they do, I definitely remember that you see the blue and the
explanation,
and it
it's
makes
still
it
stupid
weird
because he could have still used it. That's my point. Okay, so but the other thing is, I thought that it was going to explode and release the potential of all of these multiple universes and suck people into the quantum realm and create this society. Because when she left, there was no society. When she came back, there's a huge sit, right? Like it's like. So I thought that I was actually, hey, that actually for a comic book, that actually makes sense. And that's a good explanation. But it turns out that's not the explanation.
They just don't give one.
Like
so
an entire
I'm okay with
city.
just saying that is the explanation because they don't say anything else about it.
There's just a whole universe of people that exist. And they're like, this doesn't make sense. How come there's people? I theorized that it would be possible that some people could be down here. But it's like a whole civilization.
Yeah.
And then where did the ant civilization exist inside that civilization for the millions of years that they developed communism?
It's a quantum realm. There's all sorts of weird stuff.
It was
it's wibbly wobbly.
Dumb.
Yeah. I still had fun with it.
And then MODOK is in the movie. And it
MODOK was always ridiculous, but go on.
I was going to say I don't know from the comics what exactly MODOK's supposed to be, and how he's supposed to be beyond this. Because knowing that he's supposed to be kind of just dumb and goofy, like he's just kind of a goofy weird thing. I don't know. I thought this kind of worked well because it also ties in with the original Antman because it's
that's not who MODOK is.
So
they completely changed his origin story, but
but
yes,
but they also like you have to change things because you don't have X-Men, you don't have Fantastic Four, you don't have a lot of things in this MCU universe yet, so they're gonna have to change things. I was fine with that.
But they did have AIM. They did have the organization where he originated from. He was just supposed to be a scientist there, and he gets
Jude.
experimented
to changing
on
his
and has a
origin,
huge
they-
brain, whatever.
They
But
also decided to make him retarded.
yeah, he's supposed
go
to be
on.
an evil genius.
Yo, I just
That-
checked the origin. Has nothing to do with Antman, first of all.
Oh no, yeah.
No,
With
I'm not
Hank
surprised
5,
at all.
nothing.
I mean, the origins
from-
of the Avengers did have to do
Yeah,
with Ant-Man and
I
the
have
Wasp,
it.
but in the movies it didn't. So they changed things. I'm okay with them changing things. I think that
I'm
have
okay
to.
with
Like I get that.
changing an origin story if it's
No.
like it serves the story or if it's
Yeah.
good.
Bro.
But
It
if
serves
you
this
use it to
story,
make it stupid,
kind of.
it's stupid.
Bro, they made it stupid. Bro, they showed us his bare bottom.
Yeah, we
My
saw
God.
his little baby butt.
Baby
no.
butt.
We saw
My
a
God.
nude MODOK, David.
Wow.
From behind.
Yeah,
for like
don't
a
watch
split
it.
second,
No,
but yes.
there are no words. That is not something I wanted to see.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
either.
don't want to see it, bro.
You know you do,
It's
David.
Holy
You know you
moly,
really do.
bro.
No.
And he
I'm
was,
not
every
going to
time
see
he
it in
was
the
on
theater.
screen,
I'll wait
he
till
was
it comes to Disney Plus.
Bro,
every time
see
he
it?
was on
Yeah.
screen, he was a joke.
I was gonna say.
Like there's a dialogue, and also I forget to mention, Ant-Man wasn't the hero of the story. It was Ant-Man's daughter, which I said it would be. She was the focus of the film, and she
Yeah.
single-handedly defeats MODOK after he beats the crap out of Ant-Man and beats everyone up, and then because she's so great, she's a girl power. She defeats MODOK by telling him not to be a dick.
Mhm.
The dialogue goes like this. It's on Twitter.
Wow.
She gets big, which again, side tangent. None of the rules are consistent. Remember in the old movies when he can only get big for like a couple of minutes and then he faints?
They've got it stabilized.
Well, she's a little bit different in the comics.
There's a line in there where like, yeah, you're getting dizzy, right? She's so much better than Ant-Man. For the entire climax of the movie, for like an hour, she's big and he's big, and none of it makes it like they can just go big and little.
he also
at
is
will.
big and isn't getting dizzy at that point.
From
too,
what I
so.
understand, that's more consistent with the comics because I'm not super familiar with it, but her hero name is Stature, and
Yeah.
she's absorbed enough pin particles just being exposed to them or whatever that she can grow at will without having to use a suit.
MODOK beats the crap out of Ant-Man and embarrasses him, and then his daughter defeats MODOK by apparently Ant-Man didn't think about getting big to fight MODOK, so she gets big and grabs him and smacks him, and the fight's over. He's never been it's so embarrassing. So she smacks him and the fight's over, and then he says. She says like, why are you like this? Why are you such a dick? And he's like, look at me. I don't have a choice. All I can be is a dick. And she says, have you ever tried not being a dick? And he says, oh, maybe I'll try to not be a dick. And then they're fighting Kang and the ant, and then he has a shield, and the ants can't break through the shield. And then MODOK attacks the shield. He breaks Kang's shield, and he says, "I'm not a dick." And then he dies. And then Kang gets carried away by the ants, and then they
just to
walk
show
up
up
to
a little
MODOK,
bit later anyway.
and he has a bunch of embarrassing lines. I'm an Avenger now, and they say, "Oh, okay, you're an Avenger, and you're not a dick."
It could have been such a not such a good moment, but at least a serious moment in the movie. Like, it's a serious someone's dying, and he helped you beat the guy, the conqueror.
He's also
But
been a
they
villain
just
this
make
entire
fun of
time.
they just made fun of it the entire movie. And I understand that you have to have like the butt of the joke sometimes. I don't know why Hollywood does it. Smart directors and writers, they they don't try to screw with the characters.
And on principle, I'm okay with an Ant-Man movie being less serious because it's supposed to be a comedy. I'm okay with that in principle. This movie was not funny. I was in like a half-full theater. I took a picture. I posted on Twitter. That was a couple minutes before the movie started, so a couple more people filtered in. And this was on like the discount days at my Utah town where people flood to the theaters because it's cheaper. Okay, and it was half full. This was week 2. So people still should be going to see this movie if it was good. I didn't hear a single laugh the entire time. There were kids. There were teenagers in the room too. Not a single laugh. The couple next to me, probably in their 40s or maybe 50s, left 30. It was 30 to 40 minutes into the film and never came back. It was just painful. There wasn't even like a cheer at the end. There wasn't even a clap, and in the end credit scene, people were just confused. And the movie had no stakes. It had no stakes and it had no consequences. After Kang gets carried off by the ants, he gets defeated, and then they're like, "Okay, let's go shut down his thing," because he was going to teleport a huge army outside of the quantum realm so he could take over the world. And then Janet Van Dyne is like, "Okay, I can open a portal to take us back home, but it'll only last a couple minutes for reasons that wouldn't make any sense. There's no reason for it to be a time trial. It just is." And then so they all leave, and before Ant-Man can jump through the portal, Kang just shows back up. He just escaped like the entire army of communist ants, and no one like tried to look for him. So he and Ant-Man have a fight, and he beats the crap out of Ant-Man. So the Wasp jumps back through the portal and beats the crap out of Kang. And then they do the exact same thing that Janet did with the engine at the beginning of the movie, and they put their little growing and shrinky things on it at the same time, and then throw it at him, and it explodes and cracks him in half and sucks him inside. And then they're stuck in the quantum realm, except that they're not even stuck in the quantum realm for 10 seconds. The daughter, because she's so much better than everyone, fixes it and sends a portal back.
It doesn't say who opened the portal on the way back down, but yes.
No, it does. It does. Yes, it does. It shows her doing science. Hey, I opened the portal. It literally shows her do it.
No.
It shows her.
I mean, I can check it out
and start typing, and then she opens the portal.
I missed that. But they did just open the portal right back up, so it was kind of like, oh,
there
I guess there wasn't really a threat.
There was no point to any of this, and there were no consequences. Yeah. It was just so mind-numbingly stupid.
I've never seen a movie with such little payoff at the end. Like I was thinking like, okay, if there's good payoff, a good battle at the end, not embarrassing Antman every second of this movie. Like the beginning was just like, come on, man, like you're literally writing your own I cannot say the word, note. Word I can say note. So
what was also embarrassing
his book, Jesus.
The entire time that Janet Van Dyne was in the quantum realm, she was screwing Bill Murray. And then Hank finds out about it, and he's like, okay. Yeah. I'm not upset about this because he's a male
feminist. Yeah. He's like, you had your needs, baby. You had your needs.
They do brush over that a little too quickly. Yeah.
They do it a lot. It's like uncomfortable because they are really old, so you tend to imagine them old.
But she was I don't want that image in my head. She wasn't old the entire time. Yeah. Not that
but
really
she looked old the entire movie. Like there's CGI cannot make miracles sometimes, and she's
I'm just saying that
woman. She's a good-looking woman, but
old the entire time.
I mean, she was a good-looking woman. Nowadays, she looks like a cranberry, like a dry cranberry.
I will say,
dehydrated cranberry.
She doesn't look like her face is full of plastic, and that's a plus.
Do you think? Because her lips are fake.
I mean,
yeah, I'm sure she's got lip fillers, but I'm saying compared to most celebrities of that age, like,
yeah, she has less buttocks.
Repulsive.
Yeah. Indeed, because she didn't need any work done. She was a beautiful woman. She aged gracefully.
Doesn't look like she doesn't look like Sandra Bullock now.
Oh my God, her neck, bro. Her neck looks like a turtle.
Dude, what's crazy with Sandra Bullock is it's very recent. Like she got I watched that dumb movie my parents told me to watch, where she was with Channing Tatum.
Oh yes,
Bullet Train.
No, she
No,
was.
the
not
Lost Cities.
Island.
Oh, Lost Cities one, yeah.
Yeah, that's
She,
it.
I watched that movie. She literally cannot move her mouth. She's had so much work done. She can't emote at all. And
That's
I
sad.
used to love Sandra Bullock, and this was recent because
She was funny.
she looked good in The Blind Side. She looked fantastic.
The
And
Blind
she
Side
still
was not
looks-
recent.
several
She
years
still
ago,
looked
though.
natural. That was a couple
Yeah,
years ago.
but
But she was on the older side then, and
That
now
was-
she just looks disgusting.
because in that movie she was like a mom, and they didn't like she needed to look effed up. Like she didn't to yeah she needed to look like she was in a pandemic and something like
man,
that. You know.
she like
You know,
I
The Blind
saw
Side was 14 years ago.
okay. She looked fine in The Blind Side, and
Right,
now she
but
looks
I'm
like
just
a
saying-
hag.
That wasn't just a little bit ago.
Okay, but she was old.
Oh, I thought you
She
were
was old,
talking
okay?
about the one where blind where the birds or something like that,
Oh,
where
yeah,
she
yeah,
has
the Bird
to.
Box.
Bird
I mean,
Box, yeah.
Bird
She
Box.
looked decent in that. You know, she didn't look like that
never
in
watched
like the movie.
That one. Was
I
not-
only watched the promotionals, but she looks decent. But because she's supposed to look like that, you know, that's a woman her age, and that's okay. But when they just get obsessed, and you know, Hollywood as well has a toxic, you know, like whatever.
It doesn't look good though. It's never looked good. Stop doing it. Stop
Yeah.
ruining your faces, please.
Natural is always more beautiful. I really, really hate people that do that. Like, you do not look good when you do that, and it's forever. It's something that you cannot change. You already ruined your face.
Mark Clark says we made him throw up in his soul. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Disney. Oh, that's great.
Oh, yo, Modok looked like Mark
MODOK.
Ruffalo. Like,
Modoc looked like the annoying orange. The CGI was so bad. It looked like it was just like just
oh,
slapped
bro,
on.
like when you said George Lopez in Shark Boy and Lava
Oh, it looked
Girl,
better. It looked better in that.
you were right, man. Like, you were 100% right. Even in IMAX, you know, where I went to watch it, my God, it looks even worse. It looks even worse.
Oh shoot, Jared, how long have you been waiting?
Oh, like 20 minutes.
I didn't hear the notification that you were here. You should have typed in the private chat.
Oh, I don't even know how to do that. But no, it's only been about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you watch Quantumania?
No, but it sounds like I
don't.
probably don't need to, so that's good.
Oh,
Yeah, don't.
yeah,
Don't.
yeah. Madonna does take the prize for overdoing it on plastic.
Oh
surgery.
my
That's-
God. Oh my God, bro. You
Yep.
hit
It's
the
a-
nail right in the
uh,
coffin, bro. Holy moly. Jesus,
heard-
that girl gives me the creeps.
I heard Jared had some work done. The beard is a transplant. Of all of the like cosmetic surgeries,
Hair transplant.
hair
Yeah,
transplants are kind of cool.
Yeah.
yeah.
It looks freaky as heck, when they got like the big old bumps, but it's kind of neat. It's kind of cool science, But
I mean, if it grows, it grows great. You know, it looks
or
natural. It was wetter than a freaking wig.
a lot of men look good bald though, with the older distinguished, even some side hair can look good.
Do they though?
J.K. Simmons, man.
Do they though?
J.K. Simmons, though. man. Okay, it
Who?
can work.
Oh, J.K. Simmons. Yeah.
I need
Yeah.
pictures of Spider-Man. I don't know why I did the Green Goblin voice.
I need pictures of Spider-Man. Something like that.
Yeah.
I need pictures of Spider-Man.
That's the voice.
There
Getting
you go.
closer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it looks good. It looks good.
Corwin says he can confirm the hair transplants. So I don't have anything else to say about Quantumania. I hated it.
I was thinking about something. The whole thing with the monster juice. Like, how dumb was that? It felt just like Avatar. Like, oh, you just drink this juice and you can talk language that probably you don't have the vocal cords to even do. Right? It's like, okay, everyone is a human or has humanoids vocal cords, or why does it sound like a human can do that?
It just makes it so you can understand what they're saying. They can already understand you because
Yeah,
English
but
is
if
the universal language, right?
But if he
you
doesn't,
could
but if
drink
the
it-
alien doesn't have any holes, then where does the juice come from? Okay, no one's asking the important questions.
His pajarito.
What are the
That
questions
was a
that we
that was
don't
a
want
plot
an
point.
answer to?
A plot point of this movie, Jared, was that there was an alien who didn't have any holes, and he was very curious about humans'
Other
holes and
people's
other
holes.
alien species' holes. And at the very end of the movie, he gets shot, and so he says, "I have holes now," but the juice comes from him that you drink that makes you understand languages. Apparently, he's the only alien of his species, but everyone has his juice.
Yeah,
Like,
and
the
it
other
has to be.
characters who are on the other side of the quantum realm go to a bar
Also,
and they give them the juice.
Yeah.
It has to be his secretion because there's no like.
Where-
It has to be a like.
Where does he secrete from if he has no holes?
He
Pores
is a gelatinous
are
being,
holes.
so
He has his little hands that puts in your mouth, like he was like touching your mouth. It's really weird, bro.
Oh, he can-
That whole scene's so uncomfortable, bro. I don't know why I'm saying the word bro so much.
It's because the movie was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was so uncomfortable.
Oh, man,
Many
it wasn't
scenes like the banging with the old guys and the thing about the holes.
It wasn't
Apparently,
even-
Antman has 7 holes. By the way, 7
Yes,
holes.
that's what it was.
I was trying to do the math, and I don't know where they got the 7
Oh,
holes.
Because so ears is 2, nose
Oh,
is
come
2,
on, bro.
another two.
mouth is
No.
5, and then your butthole and your pee-pee hole. But your eyes are also holes.
I was
Eye.
thinking I thought it was there were 9 because eye sockets.
And technically, your nipples also have holes, so that should be 11.
I mean, if you're going that far, you're going into pores, you're going into all sorts of stuff. So
We had like millions of holes in the body. But that was weird.
Yeah.
Why make a point of he has 7 holes? How many holes does Casey had? We don't know.
Interesting.
This was an interesting article, though. As a lifelong Marvel fan, after Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, I'm done with the MCU. Well, I've been
Oh
done
yeah, I
for
saw this. I didn't read it though.
I've been done for a lot longer, but I'm glad that all other people.
Yeah,
are seeing
yeah,
it.
I thought that if She-Hulk didn't but nobody nobody watched that
Here's
show.
the thing,
But
and
us.
everyone's blaming superhero fatigue, which I think is a ridiculous statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been reading comic books since I was a little kid. If these movies were good, I would keep watching superhero movies until I'm freaking 98 years old on hospice. I'd have the nurse come in and put on my comic book movies, and I could watch Captain America kick butt. Okay, it's
I
not
keep watching the
it's not-
animated things.
It's
Yeah.
not superhero fatigue. That's not a thing. It's bad movie fatigue.
Yeah. And I think that we
It's
really have
indoctrination fatigue.
like a good superhero movie hunger. Like we are hungry for a good superhero movie because we
And-
have gotten so
and-
many bad ones.
And it's even the Spider-Man. That just barely happened, and it was record breaking.
Yeah,
You can't say superhero fatigue.
and it was not like a 10 out of 10 that movie. It was like
No,
an 8 at best.
Spider-Man is
It
very
was fun.
average. Okay,
Yeah,
the
it was
the
fun.
Spider-Man was awesome because of the dialogue. If you actually like analyze the film, it's pretty garbage. Like the fight scenes are terrible, but it's so entertaining to watch the 3 Spider-Man talk to each other that you don't even notice how bad the action is.
Yeah, and the plot was a little bit dumb. At least at the
It's
beginning.
stupid. It's
Yeah,
really
it's
bad.
really stupid. Yeah. But it doesn't matter because they are not trying to teach you a lesson. They are not making fun of the main character of the movie. They are literally not respecting the lore and the previous movies. And well, it was directed by an okay guy, Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
He's pretty decent.
He's okay when you let him be Sam Raimi.
Exactly. When he's Sam Raimi himself, he's really good. And this was his decent.
Doctor Strange in the multiverse of suck. Excuse me.
Yeah, oof. That movie was way worse than Spider-Man. Spider-Man was really, really good in comparison. By comparison.
Yeah, I don't have super. I'm watching. I just started watching the Batman animated series with my 7-year-old son because I'm
Nice.
hungry for good superhero crap.
Yeah. I started rewatching the
Mark Clark's watching Spider-Man and His
Midas-
Amazing Friends. David's watching that with his kids because it's a good show.
Mightiest Heroes Alive, the
Oh,
Avengers one. I don't remember the whole name of the
This is great. You guys need to calm down
Mash?
because the Marvels is on its way, and it will completely redeem Marvel and Disney and end racism.
I
and
mean,
sexism. It's a long
yeah,
line.
it got pushed
Oh,
back
thanks,
though.
They just got. They didn't even announce that it was delayed. They released a poster that had changed the date again. So, oh man, I mean, just the fact that it's called The Marvels and not Captain Marvel 2 tells you how successful Captain Marvel was. Oh yeah. Sorry, we're done with this. I'm done talking about Quantumania. I'm done talking about this. So we got a couple more news articles to transition to. You guys have anything else to say?
Wait, did we do the stinger, or these aren't bad?
These are new. This is news. These aren't bad takes.
Okay,
So,
okay.
some of these are pretty bad. So the Flash. It's now been reported that Henry Cavill was in the original cut of the movie, which was showed to test audiences like a year ago. And he was replaced with butch lesbian Supergirl.
I don't know if I believe that story.
True.
Because they've been talking about her being in that movie since early on with the filming of it.
But this movie's like 5 years old.
Yeah, no. And from 5 years ago, they were talking about Supergirl being in the movie.
There have been multiple people who saw the original screening that were part of test audiences that confirmed that Henry Cavill was in the film. Okay. And he was replaced with Supergirl.
All
right. So that's a thing.
Momoa, I thought Momoa was in the film. Like that. Well, that was actually something that they talked about because
Momoa was also in it, and Gal Gadot, and both of them.
Well, Gal Gadot, I didn't know about, but I mean, at least, yeah.
So it still has Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton, but Gal and Momoa and Cavill are out. They are out.
I mean, yeah, they did say that they were going to reshoot a lot, so that's probably it.
But there has been a whole bunch of other controversy regarding James Gunn, and he's been caught out on several lies now. Some of this might be a little old because it's been 2 weeks. I'm sorry. My brother died. Okay, you should buy a channel membership. My brother died. It'll make me feel better. So we talked about it. He was special needs, and we were expecting him. He was in pain for most of his life. It was kind of a relief. It was very sad. We loved him, but he's in a better place.
Exactly.
But, smash that like button, okay? We're in grieving. We're grieved. We are the grief. So James Gunn. Remember, one of the reasons why he said he fired Henry Cavill was that he wanted a younger Superman. It's now been confirmed that the Superman he's hiring is going to be in his 30s. Henry Cavill was 39.
And he looks better than me at my 20s. Yeah.
So another lie
that
James Gunn has been caught in. And if you compare it to the Batman movie, Batman has kids. They're doing the Robin is his actual son. So like it adds up. It adds up in that it doesn't add up and that James Gunn is lying.
And in assuming that they're going to have them be of roughly the same age.
Yes, they are.
Because the speculation was for a while that maybe Batman would be older. But
he's making a movie called Superman Legacy. That implies an older Superman.
Yeah.
But he just confirmed he's going to be in his 30s. Also, he knew about this 6 months ago. Henry, and this was from James Gunn himself, confirmed on Twitter. He was hired to write Superman Legacy 6 months ago. Where's the tweet? They didn't include it on this one. It's on the next one, which implies that they made The Rock lie when they said, "Hey, Superman's back." It was purely to sell Black Adam, and they already knew they were getting rid of Superman. Here it is. I was hired to write Superman Legacy over 6 months ago. This was last week.
What is this movie even going to be, bro? I bet you that they're going to put like teenager.
That was the
Superman.
last thing. That was the last thing that people were hanging on, is that, well, maybe James Gunn didn't know, and it was the higher ups. He's known for 6 months, and they. They made Henry Cavill sell Black Adam. They prostrated him in front of the masses, saying, "Guess what? I'm back." We
That
have not
sucks, man.
we have not talked about Knock at the Cabin yet. We will in a second.
Oh, nice. I got in time then.
We've only talked about Quantumania and how garbage it was, and now we're talking about James Gunn. Now I am not excited. Like, I'm not excited to see Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm not excited for these DC movies because James Gunn is just light. If they were honest, I said from the beginning, I would be okay with it. Like, I can understand wanting to start from scratch and just separate yourself from the mess that is the DCU. I get that, but if you're going to do that, you actually have to start from scratch, and they've just been lying to us from the beginning. And I'm pissed off.
Hate that, bro.
We're gonna play a game called "Can You Spot the Difference?"
Interesting.
This is the new poster for Guardians of the Galaxy 3 compared to the character in every other appearance.
She was sight as well, bro. Like, and she's a beautiful woman in real life. The actress that plays the character, she's in the with the Rock in this new Jumanji thingy. She's
in,
holy
Doctor
smoke.
Who? She's a smoke show.
Yep, but
Here's a close up.
they did the same. I forgot that was I wanted to say
Why
about
is it
Evangeline
smaller?
Lilly. They did the same as with Evangeline
Oh
Lilly.
my gosh! Well, they
Holy moly.
almost kicked Evangeline Lilly out of the MCU for her comments on the jab. She came out as she didn't support the COVID jab, and so they
The mandates,
kicked her out.
right?
Mandates, yeah. She looks horrible.
Yeah, holy moly.
So I'm not
Evangeline Lilly,
excited.
like, she has like this high school boy haircut,
Yep.
and she probably has like, you know,
You-
something in her boobs, so she doesn't
But-
look like.
You can't just say that that's a costume
Sexy.
change. Like, that is intentional.
No.
That's not just, she's wearing a different shirt.
Did they Photoshop it, or did they put like
I don't know. It's probably
like a
I don't want to
constrictor or
spoil
something?
that bad take. It's related to a bad take,
Okay, go ahead.
but it's I'm not excited for Guardians. So the J.K. Rowling, the Wizard game, is good. I've played it. I haven't played a whole lot because my brother died and I had to leave. I haven't been home. But my son has played more of it than I have. It's fun. It's doing good, and she is now suing people who called her a Nazi, and she's going to win.
That's smart. I already finished the game, by the way. If you have any questions,
It's good. Is it good?
Right?
it's
a lot of
great.
fun.
It's great. It's great.
I'm like
It's-
level 10.
I'm level
not far.
29. Yeah,
And you
it's
already
hard.
finished?
Yeah, I finished it. But you know, there's I not 100% the main story. You finish it 100% at level 34, and it's hard to get there, bro. Like, there are not many like side quests that are left, so it's like, okay.
To answer this question though, Karen Gillian wasn't in the first seasons of Doctor Who. She came in with Matt Smith for I believe season 5 when he started his tenure, because it was
wasn't it
one season of Eccleston, 3 seasons of Tennant. So 5 season 5. I believe she's in 2 seasons.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's
Season
in
5 and
seasons,
6,
pretty sure.
and then Matt Smith gets a different companion for season 3.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Sorry.
Yeah, but great game overall.
That's a good take. The game did need a hot Hermione type character.
She was a black girl, a strong black woman.
So it's so funny. You guys know the trans character in the game though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So someone created a mod to make her more passable, and it was immediately removed. But if you actually look at the game files, the creator of the mod said that he called it a bug fix because he looked at the game files and her voice was patched and shifted down.
Lower. Yeah, it sounds like
She was supposed to be a woman, and they modulated her voice to make her sound like a man to appease the trans community.
It sounds like autotune or something like that, a modulator. Exactly.
So he called it a bug fix with his mod.
Yeah, but
Not-
she's not like she's not that much in the game.
I thought it was funny, and I think it's ridiculous that these people ban these types of mods. And the guy that removed pride flags from the Spider-Man game, his mod was banned. But there are mods on the same website that like for bestiality in like Skyrim and stuff like that.
Yeah, holy.
I mean, you'd think that would be a little bit more concerning, but apparently this is hateful. So
love is love.
All right, we're almost done with the news. I think this one's fun. There's a criminal caught cutting off 37 man buns in one day. He claims he was doing the Lord's work.
He was probably in San Francisco or something like that.
And here's another meme that Elon Musk tweeted out that I thought was kind of funny and a little bit inappropriate. Sorry, Mom. But because I thought it was funny.
Oh man.
Here there are no coincidences. Oh my goodness, though. But I hear there are no coincidences with the wrong here. Ouch.
Okay. When did David disappear?
Dude, yeah, he's been.
I mean, it was a little while back. I saw when he dropped, but
Okay.
Knock at the cabin.
Yeah, Karen Jillian was with Matt Smith. Peter, and after Jillian and her boyfriend, husband eventually left the show for 2 seasons, they were replaced with Clara, the Infinity Girl, played by I can't remember her name. And then she was with 1 season of Matt Smith and then 1 season with Capaldi as well. Or maybe 2. Was she with Capaldi for 2? Maybe 1.5.
I don't remember. Capaldi was good though. I like Capaldi.
I think Matt Smith was my favorite actor. So that's a controversial take.
But he's a great actor,
David Tennant was pretty good.
There's
too.
a reason, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta see the new ones where they go back and bring it back, but
Yeah, I don't even have
Jenna
to.
Coleman, yeah, that's what it
I
is.
don't even want to watch the new ones.
I liked her character, Jenna Coleman.
I hope the new ones are good.
Okay, so we can talk about Knock at the Cabin, or we can talk about The Last of Us, or we can do bad takes.
I don't know if you've heard from David at all, but if he wants to be in on one of those, then I'd wait to have him come back for whichever one.
Did everyone watch Knock at the Cabin or no?
I did not.
I did.
I
It
don't
was a
think it'll
couple
take.
weeks ago though, so
I don't think it'll take very long to talk about.
Exactly.
we can do that. And I don't think David
Knock at the
saw it.
Cabin.
So
We can get it out of the way, yeah.
Yeah, David didn't see it. Okay. And there's actually not a whole lot to spoil.
Yeah.
Honestly,
it really wasn't. It was okay. It just didn't. It didn't have any kind of big twist, but
Yeah, the big twist was a little bit dumb, in my
yeah,
opinion.
it had like a reveal that was kind of obvious, and I wouldn't call it a twist.
yeah,
I guess the twist is that there is no twist.
yeah. You knew you had to get to that at some point with him at Night Shyamalan. It's like, what's
No,
his next
but he
twist
did-
gonna be? His next twist is that there is no twist.
You know he did it for the
Yeah.
twist. You know he did that reveal for the supposed twist, but it was not that impactful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I wouldn't even call it a twist. I call it a reveal, which it's not bad. Let's see. I've seen almost all of M. Night Shyamalan's movies. I have not seen The Visit. That was like the found footage one with the
Oh, I
creepy
did.
grand-
I did saw that in.
I've not seen that one.
Do not-
I've even seen the one he didn't direct, which was Devil, which I actually really, really like. I like
Devil is fine. Yeah, Devil is fine. I loved it when I was a teenager.
Obviously, we don't need to talk about The Last Airbender, which is just the worst movie ever, and I don't know why they chose.
You haven't watched The Visit, bro.
Okay, is that bad? The Visit? I heard a lot of people liked The Visit.
No. Watch the Your Movie Sucks review of The Visit. Is one of the funniest things that I've seen. Like one of the reviews that made me want to make movie reviews.
Well, I'll watch the movie first. And yeah, I definitely I love YMS. YMS is great.
Yeah.
I discovered YMS because of Frozen, actually. everyone was raving about how good Frozen was, and I was like, did we watch the same movie? I did not. I hated Frozen.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird
And so I
messaging.
looked on YouTube. I was like, am I crazy? And I found YMS, and I was like, those are all the points that I had. His complaints about Frozen were great.
Felt the same way with Lion King.
Yeah, your movie sucks. If anyone's confused, it's abbreviated to YMS. You're back. You're not. You're not back, David.
I'll be back.
Just click the link. You're literally not in. Refresh.
Yeah, but I like M. Night Shyamalan, because
I do. I like it.
either his stuff is really good or pretty goofy and so bad that it's funny and it's enjoyable to watch. Like I watched the Earth movie. How is it?
The Last Airbender.
No,
Avatar?
the one with the Will Smiths and the clone, the Will Smith clone.
Oh, Gemini?
No,
Gemini
After
Man?
Earth.
After Earth. That
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
him
it's
and his
like,
son.
hey,
Actually,
Joe,
I liked
Jaden
After
Smith.
Earth.
Jaden Smith.
Jaden Smith, his son. Yeah, Will Smith.
Yeah.
I liked it. I understand why people didn't, but I thought it was a cool sci-fi.
No, when I was a
The
kid, I
greatest
loved that movie. I was like, holy moly, this world is insane. But then when you watch it as an adult, it's like, okay, this movie's a little bit goofy. You know, there are a lot of things that are goofy. You know, well
haven't-
intended, perhaps, and not that bad
Yeah.
With them,
directed.
I haven't
but-
seen a ton of his other movies. I've seen a handful. Obviously, I've seen Sixth Sense. I watched
That's a good
The
one.
Village and was overall disappointed in that.
Yeah, the ending was. Oof.
Yeah, it was just a little too whatever.
I started typing in his name and Google auto completed it, and it's M. Night Shyamalan. Okay, so if you go through his discography, I'm kind of an M. Night Shyamalan simp. Like I liked a lot of the movies that people didn't like. So let's just do the directing. There was like 2 movies before he became famous, but it started with The Sixth Sense, which is just perfection.
It was great.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it's really good.
then Unbreakable, the 2, not Will Smith.
Unbreakable. Oh, sorry.
Unbreakable is just fantastic.
And I've heard amazing things about that one. I have not seen it yet.
It's great. Yeah.
Signs is probably my personal favorite.
Yeah,
is a really
mine
good-
too.
Yeah.
But
Brilliant.
it's weird because Signs is where people started to break away from his fan club. A lot of
Signs
people
is-
complained about Signs because the ending, they thought it was a little bit silly, but I loved it. I loved
yeah.
it. Now you're back, David. I don't know why you were saying you were back.
I was literally in the stream watching you guys.
I
had to
couldn't
click the
click
leave
on you.
button to
There was
get out.
there's nothing to click on. Okay.
Weird.
Anyway, Signs I think is his best film, which is ironic because that's when people started complaining that they
No,
didn't like
I
it.
think Sixth Sense is his best.
I love Signs, but I'm also kind of a Mel Gibson simp. I
I
think
was
he's one of
gonna
the
say,
greatest
Mel
actors of all
Gibson.
time. And freaking
The guy with the
fearless
guy. Ray Liotta, no.
Unbreakable? What are you talking about? Bruce
the
Willis?
son. No, Bruce Willis. No, Bruce Willis.
Ray-
isn't Signs.
Ray Liotta.
Not Ray Liotta. What? He's the Joker. He's the Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, Joaquin Phoenix, right.
Oh.
I was
Oh,
saying Mel Gibson's son. I was so confused.
Oh, that's right. Doesn't he
Well,
play
he
his
plays
brother?
this.
Something like that?
It's his brother.
It's
Sorry.
his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his brother.
Joaquin Phoenix, yeah.
Oh gosh.
Are you sure you've seen the movie?
Their dynamic in that
It was
movie
pretty
is
fantastic.
so good. Like the scene where they're running around the house,
Yes.
trying to scare the alien, and is literally like the greatest scene in all of cinema. It's like you cursed, you swore, yeah. Like oh, it's so good. I love Mel Gibson's acting. He's done some questionable things. He said some bad
the
things about
village.
the
The
he's
beginning
good.
of the village was really good, but the ending was disappointing.
I
Yeah, it was a cool
liked-
concept,
I liked
but
The Village, and
I
I liked the one after
love
that, The
The
Lady in the
Village.
Water as
Me
well.
too.
Yeah, I watched both of those, and I had read a book that had a similar concept to the Village thing that I thought did things better,
Yeah.
and the like kind of double reveal and like revealing the villain halfway through for the first part before you make the other reveal just kind of felt weird. So like it wasn't awful, but I didn't really care for it.
Yeah.
Lady in the Water was a little too weird for me.
I still like. I think The Village and Lady in the Water are kind of in the same camp for me.
Bruh.
They're good movies, but not executed to the best of they could have been. The Happening is when I quit.
Did you guys know
I did not
that
like The
M. Night Shyamalan wrote Stuart Little?
Yes.
Yep.
He wrote Stuart Little.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
The movie?
It
The-
was the
not the
same.
book, right?
It was
The
the
screenplay.
same
for it.
time
first
he was
movie, a
writing
screenplay.
It was the same year he wrote The Sixth Sense. He
Yeah.
wrote Stuart
Really?
Little. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Which
He was
is honestly-
packing, yeah,
it's
bro. He
honestly a
was
good
packing
movie.
money.
I like
man.
Stuart Little. Okay.
I liked
Um,
Stuart Little. The first one. The second one was, I liked that as well, but not as much. as the first
I love The Village. I think it's his scariest movie, and I think people who complain about the ending are silly.
one.
Lady in the
I think
Water.
for me, it was
Lady
just
in the
because
Water
it
is
was
the
something
first
I'd
one.
seen before, and I'd seen it done what I thought was better in a book. So that really took away from it for me. So
Well, Jared thinks that he could do better than M. Night Shyamalan. Okay.
I said that the book did.
I mean, but that's, like,
Okay.
not that hard.
So like his first 1, 2, 3, 4 movies are just perfection in my book. Lady in the Water is the first one where I understand why people didn't like it.
That was
I personally really
That was
enjoyed
weird.
it.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Like, I was like,
But I
what
liked it.
is going on?
And I
mean,
concede that. I totally concede that that's a weird movie. I personally really enjoyed watching it for how quirky it was, and I thought it was like a nice little like fairy
It's
tale,
eerie,
like
but
told in
good.
a modern world. But I totally get that it wasn't for everyone. So that was the first
Yeah.
time I was like, I understand the criticisms. Lady in the Water, and then The Happening.
Oh
David
my
hates.
God.
I actually like The Happening. I
haven't seen it, but I
Dude,
just
you're
heard.
crazy,
like,
bro.
I thought
Again,
Freaking
like
murder
Mark
trees.
Mark Wahlberg in that movie is so entertaining, and the scene where he's like scared of the tree, and then it turns out it's a plastic tree, and then he's like talking. He's like, "I'm talking to a plastic tree."
oh, come on, bro.
I love. It
I was
was
gonna
so
say,
funny.
Is it good or is it just entertaining?
And I do admit that
It's funny bad, in my opinion.
it's not like great. Like it's a little bit campy. It's a little bit silly, but entertainment wise, I love watching The Happening. I think it's a very entertaining film.
I hated it through and through.
And
Like,
then-
it started out so good. It was
And-
so intriguing, and there's like, are you freaking kidding me? It's the trees are upset with humanity because of how we've treated them, so they're mind controlling us and killing us back, and it just ends like, oh, it could happen again. Just be nice to trees. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, see,
So stupid.
Corin's on the same boat as me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I admit, The Happening was downhill. I personally enjoyed watching it. I thought it was hilarious and even kind of scary at some
It
point.
wasn't supposed to be hilarious. That's the problem.
No, that scene where he's yelling at the tree, that was supposed to be funny. It was supposed to be
Sure.
like,
That scene for sure. That's the
It's
same,
still-
same thing.
it was
with
good.
running
Okay.
around the house in signs. That was
Okay.
a
But I
comedic
admit it.
moment.
Okay. Like
an
I concede.
intense
I concede it was
scary
kind of
film.
ridiculous. I personally enjoyed it. So it's kind of in the same way Lady in the Water, but obviously a little bit more flawed. Then The Last
Jesus.
Airbender, which we don't have to talk about. Okay. Everyone
Oh,
knows it's
bad.
bad.
Yep.
And I don't know why they had M. Night Shyamalan, who's known for just indie movies with no money. Why would you ask him to direct The Last Airbender?
Because he had like relationships with, he started sucking up to some people in Hollywood, so they started giving him like the AAA, like big budget movies,
David,
like
David,
After
you've been
Earth.
called out.
And,
David, marry your tree, you bigot. You racist, treeist bigot.
yeah, you gotta bang those
arborist.
trees.
You arbophobic,
Yep,
xenophile.
that's me.
That's the wrong word. But yeah. Last Airbender is bad. It's terrible.
I'm surprised for some reason the list that
Bro,
I have
you gotta watch The
pulled up
Visit, bro. You
doesn't
gotta
list
watch the
him
freaking
directing
Visit,
them,
bro.
even though obviously you did. And it's not on the list that I Google. Like when I say M. Night Shyamalan films,
Which
all
one?
the rest of them have been here, but that one's not listed.
It's because they're not
Louis
listing them
says-
chronologically. They're probably listing his best ones.
No, I have all of them. I mean,
Which movie you're
I'm
talking
pretty
about?
sure. The Last Airbender. I'm just saying it's not on the
No.
list that I'm seeing for some reason.
Look on Wikipedia or IMDb. It should be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking at Google.
After The Last
But yeah,
Airbender, he didn't direct Devil, but he wrote it, and I really like Devil.
That's
Devil
a
is
great,
good.
freaking
it's a
fantastic.
great claustrophobic, like one-room movie that's awesome. Then he did After Earth. I personally
That was
enjoyed,
alright.
but I
Alright.
it's definitely not like the greatest sci-fi ever made, and it's definitely flawed. But I thought it was entertaining. Then he did The Visit, which is like his found footage, two weird grandma and grandpa boys.
Bro,
And,
watch the
apparently it's
visit.
bad, but it got rave reviews. People loved it.
Yeah, I heard it was good. I didn't hear anything bad about it, but I still haven't seen
I never.
it. So.
That's the only one I haven't seen, because then he did Split, which was freaking awesome.
Split was
And then-
fantastic. That
and
was
then-
when I was like, "Oh, M. Night is back, baby."
And then when
He's-
you're like, wow,
so
that was so
awesome.
good, you get a post-credit scene where you're like, what? It's a
What?
cinematic universe? This
Mhm.
is a sequel to
Unbreakable,
to
one of his best
Unbreakable?
ones. Yeah.
What?
And then Glass. Oof.
And then he comes out with Glass. And
yeah,
He was
like,
feeling himself.
so
He was feeling
disappointing.
himself, bro. He was feeling himself.
M. Night
Yeah.
Shyamalan is an enigma, man. He has some of my favorite movies of all time, and he has some of my most hated movies of all time. Like Glass, I liked the premise, but the execution was just embarrassingly bad. Like the cinematography was bad in that movie. Like you could tell you just phoned in, but it was coming off the heels of Split, which was so good. And then I'm gonna connect it to like one of my most famous movies of all time, and I'm not gonna try to make this movie good. I don't understand Glass. Why?
and that one would have been a perfect movie to get rid of his trope of there always has to be a twist, right?
Yeah.
And it was completely ruined by the twist at the end when the villain, the real villain, wins. Right? It was so stupid.
Well, they
just
drowned him
ruined
in a
it.
puddle.
Yeah, because that's his weakness. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so stupid.
Yeah, but his weakness was like drowning in water, not water. He can drink a glass of water. Okay. His weakness was I can't swim, right? It wasn't, oh no, a puddle.
Yeah.
And like, but the person holding him down didn't have superhuman strength. They had to drag him down and put him into a puddle. So like just getting him to the puddle doesn't make sense. And then once his face is in the puddle, it's just it was dumb. And then trying to redeem the Glass character as the good guy.
Yeah.
After he's just massacred
Mass murdering all
thousands
these
and
people.
thousands of people. Like, and the acting, that's the thing, the acting was still good. James McAvoy was still just chewing up the scenery. Like even Mel Gibson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel Jackson was doing pretty good. I think that Unbreakable guy was phoning it in a little
Bruce
bit.
Willis. Well,
Bruce
Bruce Willis
but
at
he was
that
still
point
pretty
it's
good.
turned out he's had some medical conditions that they've been pushing him through. Probably that. Yeah.
Glass was horrible. I hated it.
Yeah.
And then he comes out with Old, which I appreciate the concept. I appreciate how unique it was, and it was executed horribly, and it's a bad movie.
Horrible.
Yes.
But
that one I have seen.
Again, like I said last time, I enjoyed watching it just for how unique it was, and it was a unique concept I'd never seen before, and I wish it was better.
Yeah.
Bro.
So, and then he's got the two
I
TV
love
shows,
that guy, but-
which I have not seen. He's got Wayward Pines and Servant, which he directs and writes some of, but not the whole thing. I've heard good things about both of those, but I don't know. And then he comes out with Knock at the Cabin. So we should probably talk about Knock at the Cabin instead of all of his other movies. Knock at the Cabin is not bad, but it's not great.
Yeah.
It's
nothing stood out.
It's good. It's fine. It's worth watching. The acting is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the story's just kind of dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Friggin' Bautista is just he's doing so good.
He really
I
is.
loved it. I like the premise of how the bad guys are all being nice, right? They're like, hey, we're gonna break into this cabin and murder you, but we're really polite about it. Like
and make you murder yourself.
I really liked that. And I really, really wanted to love this film. But it's just not great. It's not great.
It loses brain cells by the minute. Yeah.
All like everyone in the film is doing a good job. I'd say the child actor is probably the weakness of the movie, like the worst one.
She's a child actress, so
yeah, but he's done good. He did The Sixth Sense. He knows how to direct children and make them do good.
You haven't watched The Visit, bro.
Okay, I haven't watched The Visit.
Bro.
Apparently, I need to watch The Visit.
Watch The Visit, and
Mark
you're
Clark
going
says
to
Wayward Pine season 1 is good. I'm
you're
surprised
going
you
to
didn't start with season
reconsider.
2.
just about
You're going to reconsider, you know, a lot of things about M. Night Shyamalan, and mostly his directing of child actors. He's gone bad. I mean, The Sixth Sense is great, and the child directing on The Signs as well. Holy moly, the kid was rocking that whole movie.
Yeah, Signs. Sorry, I missed some comments because I was.
And The Village as well.
The Village
has great acting, kid acting.
He knows how to direct kids. That's why it's baffling.
But not anymore. But not anymore. I don't know what happened. Since the happening, probably since the happening, and our Bender, he stopped.
And I want to roll it back a little bit. I don't think that the child actress is terrible in Knock at the Cabin.
It's better than the other movies. It's better than The Visit.
Yeah. Is it better than Willow?
Huh?
Is it better than Willow?
Yes. Miles better.
Okay, good.
Okay. Sorry, I missed some comments when I was involved in looking at M. Night Shyamalan. Imagine how useless that a superhero would be if his toilet overflowed. Yeah, it's silly. He can drink water, fine. You know, who drowned? It was Bruce Willis's character from Unbreakable. His weakness is water, and they drown him in a puddle.
Yeah, just his face in a puddle, like a pothole in the road.
But yeah, Knock at the Cabin, like you said, the performances were amazing.
Oh man, James Bautista was so good.
No.
More every time I see Dave Bautista in a new movie, the more I like the guy. The guy's awesome. He's like, okay, like you got to compare it to like The Rock and John Cena, right? Okay, they came from wrestling, started acting. He's actually good. Okay.
Yeah, it took a while for Rock to.
The Rock has become passable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's not bad, and it helps that they're casting him in roles where he doesn't need to emote.
Mm-hmm.
But he, I would say The Rock is actually a good actor now, but he wasn't at first. John Cena, he was actually pretty good in Suicide Squad, but it was the role that he was given.
I was going to say he doesn't need to
be a good actor. Like it's supposed to be kind of bad.
Good Peacemaker.
Yeah.
The rest, I don't know. I'm not sure if he had like a. I think he had like a serious movie, but I don't even remember the name.
Yeah, but then you look at Dave Bautista and you're like, wait, I didn't know that he was a wrestler. This guy's good at acting.
Yeah.
He was my favorite wrestler when I was growing up, bro. Batista was like the boss. He was so huge that he was imposing. And I'm glad that he took like probably acting classes, because you see an increase in his ability to act.
Also,
and this is like the pinnacle, of his acting.
Let's be honest though. Wrestling is his acting class.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but he's also taken some real acting.
But he was obnoxious.
Acting when you are.
He was like Drax when he was wrestling. He was like Drax.
Dude, wrestling is real. What are you talking about?
What? No.
I mean, the Mexican wrestling, those guys really hurt each other. I've seen some blood.
It's real blood. That's what it is.
Man, I forgot his name. I have a mask for one of the famous Mexican wrestlers from
El Santo, Blue Demon.
It's a red mask. He's from Guadalajara, so that's why I had his mask. I can't remember his name. I have it. I can go find it somewhere. But, I got that when I was in Mexico.
But I agree. I think Bautista's done a good job.
This is probably a good assessment. It's probably 5 out of 10. It's not a bad movie. It's not a great movie. It's fine. It's passable. I think it's worth watching. I think the premise alone is intriguing. It just doesn't really do anything interesting with the premise. I would have liked to see is more philosophy, which is M. Night Shyamalan's good at that. He's good at having philosophical discussions in a movie, and he comes up with this interesting premise and then doesn't really explore it philosophically. Like, I wanted them to have scenes where they just talk, and they said, well, okay, so you've presented us this, like, there are two possibilities. Either this is actually real and we have to do a sacrifice to end the world, or you guys are lying to us. And so I wanted them to have, like, sit down and just have a discussion. We're like, well, if they're lying to us, like, why would she tell us about her kid? Well, I don't believe she actually had a kid, right? And like, why would they go through the trouble of sacrificing themselves first? Like, this doesn't feel like a normal home invasion. So, like, they don't actually want anything from us. Well, it's probably just some kind of, like, sick, sadistic thing. They just want to watch us torture ourselves. But instead of getting into it and going into the, like, well, okay, it's pre-recorded or it's not pre-recorded. Like, that was the extent of how far they dove into the different possibilities. And instead, the only argument was they're targeting us because we're gay, or they're not. Like,
They were crying at the end. Yeah,
I wanted to see them explore this moral conundrum, and they really didn't. Stephen Burton says the movie was a little bit pointless. It kind of was. There was no
there was no development at all. The crazy guy with the gun, one of the guys with the gun, he was like an arse the whole movie. He was like, "No, you're demented. You're delusional.
He didn't change until, like, the
you
last
need
2
therapy."
minutes.
I was going to say, at the very end, he finally got
okay, I'll kill you.
No, not even in the very end. He's like, "Why do we have to sacrifice ourselves?" Like, the whole meltdown.
Kind of realized that he was paranoid about it, and it wasn't really because they were gay.
The best part,
the character development that he had was realizing, oh, it's not just because I'm gay. You know, that's all that he got.
But it's 2022.
I know. It was.
He was like they are scared of us.
Outdated, right? It was like,
who cares?
Like, okay, so you're a gay couple. Who cares?
Who is scared of you? They were like, they are scared of us. Who is scared of a gay couple? We're scared of something that they are doing to the kids. That is scary, but not a gay couple that has, loving family with a kid that they rescue from an orphanage. Like, that's a great family, and had nothing to do with them being gay. It was just like it was their own delusional.
I love that they showed that the gay couple has to lie to adopt the baby from the Catholic school.
Well, it's from, I think it's actually from a Chinese, like, national area or whatever, which makes even more sense that it would actually be that way, but they'd have to.
But, I mean, the movie is kind of based, though. You leave it to a gay couple to bring on, to bring on the apocalypse. Okay. This is we warned about this. Let the gays get married, the world's going to end.
It was pretty woke. They were complaining a lot about the gay stuff in the movie. That they were no, it's because we were gay, it's because we're a couple. And it's like, no one cares. They are trying to stop the apocalypse, literally.
Yeah, and I can see that being at least a concern at some point. But I agree with you, Alan, that it's much more interesting to have explored something more than that. Like, even if you did want to have that be a part of the discussion, still have it so that there's more that you're exploring and, like, discussing and figuring out. Like, because they almost, again, they kind of, like, got close to touching on the idea of, even if they're telling the truth, I'd rather the whole world burn and keep you guys alive. Like, they did.
That made that character really unlikable.
But it did. That's exactly the thing. And it's like
I don't care about anyone. I'll let everyone die, even if this is true. I don't give a crap.
I was just stupid. Like,
towards the fact that he's just that hyper focused on, the world hates me, so I'm going to hate the world, which I think is like there. So again, there's so much there that could be explored. It just wasn't really brought into.
What's interesting
to make it interesting
is it's based off of a book, and I looked up the book and it makes some changes, and I think that the changes were bad. So what happens in the book is, after the guy gets the gun from the car, he shoots they've only sacrificed one of them at this point.
Yeah, I think he ends up shooting the Bautista character first.
No, he shoots one of the girls, and then in his struggle with Dave Bautista's character, the gun goes off and kills the girl.
Oh, yeah, the daughter.
So at that point in the book, it actually gets interesting philosophically because the characters now before they were fighting with, we're not going to sacrifice our family, we're not going to sacrifice the future of our family, but now that their kid is dead, it makes them more prone to listening to the argument of like, well, what is the future of our family now? Would it be so bad if we just killed one of us? So
Yeah, the whole thing about the kid, jeez, it was done so bad. The last 15 to 30 minutes of the movie were garbage, like complete garbage. The dialogue was garbage. The justification was garbage. They were just repeating each other, saying, "We hate the war. We they didn't kill. Let us keep our love, whatever." And the whole thing with the guy, the other gay guy without the gun, saying like, "Oh, I can see the future of my kid. She's everything that we wanted to be, and she's hanging out with the dad." I Why didn't you put her like with a family, with kids, with a husband or a wife if you want to? Like, wouldn't that make more sense than she getting off work and hanging out with her dad, with her gay dad, single gay dad?
Yeah.
That's not how I want my daughter to grow up.
It had the bones of a very interesting movie, but it did not go there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Like
it was it was disappointing. I didn't hate it, but it could have been so much better.
Yep.
I wanted to like it because
I would say it's still definitely worth watching just for the acting alone, because I mean, you got Rupert Grint in there, who's I wish was in more of the movie. But he was so good.
His bit was
he was
good.
Great. Dave Bautista was great, and the two ladies who I've never heard of, they were really, really good.
Yeah, the white lady crying and all, telling her story.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
It felt kind of short too. Like it was kind of a short movie. Like they could have taken more time to explore more things, and they just didn't. So,
yeah, and it's like
the twist was there was no twist. It was the twist was the reveal that, hey, these are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse,
which is like what? Why would the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse would want to stop the apocalypse when it's literally the one
they're
thing
like the
that
harbingers,
they bring?
so they're giving humanity a choice. They're like, this is the apocalypse, it's going to happen, and you get to choose whether or not if it happens or if it doesn't by judging humanity. So like I like the premise. Like it's that but we're presenting you. It's totally up to you. You can if you think, because you're gay, if you think that society doesn't deserve to move on because of your prosecution, then you can judge humanity and the world will end. Or if you think that there's still some value in humanity, then you can choose, but you have to sacrifice. You won't be able to be part of that future, but it will continue because you have to destroy your family to do it. I think that's an interesting premise. It just wasn't interesting.
Yeah, and the way they tried to justify it was really dumb. Like they tried to justify them killing the other horsemen, saying that, oh, we needed to see their pain or something like that. They're lost to be able to relate, but it doesn't work. They all die, and it doesn't work because they are still the guy that has the gun is still from the beginning of the movie saying that, why do we have to sacrifice our love for the world? It's like, where you're going to die with the world probably. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, that fact that they wouldn't at least consider it, that they will spend most of the movie saying that, no, we have to keep our love and we are not going to make a sacrifice for the entire world. I think any of us would say, okay, let's be rational here. If it's true that the whole war is going to die if we don't end one of us, well, we have to decide. It's just logical. I mean, if they prove it already for you, why would you behave like a little child and not do the best thing for humanity, and not even humanity, because you're gonna die. If humanity dies, you die.
Well, the point is, anytime M. Night Shyamalan comes out with a new movie, you flip a coin, and if it's heads, it's the best movie you've ever seen, and if it's tails, it's just what?
Yeah, and this was like in the Rim.
Somewhere
You have
between
to go
what
see
and
them all.
movie,
You have
that
to
was
keep
awful.
seeing them, because every once in a while he's going to come out with a movie like Split that just blows your mind. So
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
They had to like the. I think the reason why Split was such a great movie is because he was so self conscious,
Yeah.
that all the last movies that he did were pretty bad, and he needed a win, and he
Mhm.
probably worked really hard on that movie, and then he said, "Okay, I'm back in my feet. I'm having my mojo back." And then he releases Glass, and you're like, "No, bro, you
Mark
you
Cluck says
should not."
the coin drops on his edge. Sometimes it does. I don't. I just.
Yeah, you don't.
I'll see. I'm literally gonna watch anything that this guy puts out because he's done such great stuff. But yeah.
Just
Yeah,
watch
and
the first
and
30
again, I've
minutes
heard
of
good
the.
things about Servant. I've heard good things about Wayward Pines, and I haven't seen them yet. So
Mhm.
Servant's got like 3 or 4 seasons, and Wayward Pines was just 2, I believe. But yeah, crazy. He's got 4 upcoming projects in production, apparently.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch them all.
Let's
apparently.
flip the coin.
Flip the coin 4 times. You know, the odds are one of them is gonna be good.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, he's only directing.
That's true.
He wrote and directed 3 of them. He's producing one of them.
Probably the one that he's producing is the good one.
There's one called Labor of Love. There's one called Trap. There's an untitled one, and then there's The Watchers. I don't know what that is. But
Yeah, it doesn't sound promising.
well, I don't have anything else to say on M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
All good.
Want to see some bad takes, boys?
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
Let's do some bad takes, everybody.
good
Here we go.
ones this
Here we go.
week.
Here we go.
But by the way, one last thing about M. Night Shyamalan made me, after watching the movie, it made me remember one of my favorite gags from Scrubs, where they're talking about his good friend Ma Night Shyamalan.
Mhm.
Anyway, if you like Scrubs, then that was a fun joke. But
I don't remember that joke. I do like Scrubs, but
the janitor is just gold, and was talking
Right.
about how Ma Night Shyamalan needs to figure out how to have a movie without a twist ending.
right.
Yeah.
You pronounced his name wrong. Got it. Okay.
That's
Okay.
all.
Bad takes.
Screen rants. Bad takes. The writer of Antman, the Wasp, the writer of Antman and the Wasp, Quantumania, Jeff Loveness, explains how Ant-Man's Quantumania journey mirrors Frodo's return from Mordor.
Do tell.
Well, Frodo comes back from his adventures in Mordor. He comes back to the Shire, and the Shire is different. And in this movie, they go back to the quantum realm, and it's different.
Mhm.
That's it. That's what
Some
he says.
solid.
Oh my gosh, that's it?
Yep.
It's 1 point. That's the article right there.
Yep.
Oh my
I
goodness.
thought of Frodo coming back to the Shire, but it's not quite the same anymore.
There's no
Yeah.
God, brother.
Wow.
Who makes that comparison? Who dares to make that comparison?
Wow.
That's it.
That's probably the shortest one we've ever seen.
We're
It's
gonna
pretty
get
bad.
punished.
It's not the worst one. I think that the worst 2 were the saying that
Dan Lee was.
Stan Lee was a hack, and
Yeah.
the other one,
Oh.
man, I can't remember. But this is pretty bad. So there's more. Marvel star Anthony Mackie says his version of Captain America will be more of a humane Cap compared to his predecessor, and he uses the words, "My Cap, he's no superhero." Well, you've got that right.
Not a superhero, maybe, but
My approach to the mantle departs most dramatically from Chris's. My Cap, he's not a superhero.
So are they going to turn him into an anti-hero? I don't understand.
Well, he also said this. Captain America Phase 4 is going to be the most foul-mouthed MCU movie yet.
Oh, that's
Um,
lovely.
I-
That's just
my
what we
my,
want
my
to
best
see.
guess is that he's trying to say that he doesn't have superpowers, but that's kind of a dumb comparison, and he's more human, but it's not humane. That's dumb because Captain America was like among the most like human super soldier. You know, sure he's a super soldier, but he's like the most human, like literally willing to throw himself on a grenade for other people. Like,
someone did a cut video which I didn't pull up, but it showed like the shield in the past, and it shows Captain America like using it to like take down an airplane, smashing combines and stuff, and then it shows Anthony Mackie throw it in his TV show, and some guy blocks it with a chair. But it's true, he doesn't have the powers to use the shield. It's stupid. It should have gone to Bucky. He's not Captain America. They tried it in the comics and it miserably failed, and now they're trying it in the movies, and it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen on screen.
Yeah. Jesus.
Steve Rogers is Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
He was more interesting. He was more interesting as the Falcon. Well, against all odds, Quantumania has convinced Marvel fans that the Ant-Man trilogy was right to ditch Edgar Wright.
Are you kidding me?
I don't see how this movie proves that in any way, shape, or form.
It doesn't.
I have no problem with them having ditched Edgar Wright. I'm
It
sorry.
really, shut up! Shut up!
I have no idea why this proves that that's somehow the right choice. That makes no sense. This proves
Ditching Edgar
nothing.
Wright was the worst decision Marvel ever made. But how does Quantumania prove that that was the right choice? Well, it's because it's tied to the MCU more. And Edgar Wright was working on more of a solo film.
How is it even?
That point has been the case since the beginning of Ant-Man. Like since the first Ant-Man that actually came out, that was why they departed with him from the beginning, and so that's why they don't like the first one did that. And
but that's why. But that's why Iron Man was a good movie.
Because it was a standalone thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that's why it was a good movie, but it was a good movie, and it didn't have to be connected to anything else.
Right.
The Avengers was one of the most connected, and that one was an amazing movie. Being connected or not connected isn't what's going to make it good, but making it good is going to make it good.
But also, Edgar Wright.
It's a false equivalency to say that because it's connected to the MCU, it's a bad movie, or because it's connected to the MCU, it's a good movie. That's a false equivalency.
Yeah. I think in most cases, the fact that these films are tied to the larger MCU hurts it more than helps it. That's the one thing I've always said about the Spider-Man films. The home trilogy of Spider-Man films is
they're good
fantastic,
except for their connections to the MCU. Yeah.
But the worst part of it is the MCU ties. And I think that could be said for a lot of these. For the most part, I know the Iron Man was before. The Iron Man trilogy was before all these other ones came out. They were all in. Were they all in phase 1, or was the
Iron Man 3 was phase 2?
They might have been phase 2.
Yeah, so they basically stand on their own. They're not connected to any
Iron Man 3
larger thing.
Iron Man 3 has him dealing with PTSD from the Avengers.
Right. But
so it's phase 2.
There's no other cameos in there aside from the post-credit scenes. It's largely on its own. Same thing kind of with the first 2 Thor movies, at least.
Can you imagine
kind of stand on their own? But more and more, they're just getting more interconnected, and it's getting convoluted and messy, and I don't like it.
Comparing Quantumania, the quality of Quantumania to the quality of any Edgar Wright film is just a joke.
Yeah.
It would have been so much better if it was written by Edgar Wright. Okay. David, you sent me this one. The 10 cringiest things about. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read the title for this short. Okay. The 10 cringiest things about Supergirl. Now, tell us, David.
Yeah. So this app is absolutely terrible.
The Maiden of Might is an icon, but parts of Supergirl's background and some of her choices in DC Comics are cringy and uncomfortable for the fans.
Yeah.
You wanted to go through all of them?
Actual Supergirl, not necessarily one particular, DCU.
Yeah, throughout all of Supergirl. Yeah.
Okay.
So this doesn't obviously this doesn't include the most cringy Supergirl moment of all, which is from the Flash trailer.
Oh, you stole the entire punchline of this.
Sorry.
Yes, that is absolutely.
I'll edit that out when I make a short out of this. I'll edit. Oh, sorry.
You put that at the
David,
bottom.
David, you sent me this article. It's called "The 10 Cringiest Things About Supergirl." Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so the first one on there is freaking hilarious. I love it so
Supergirl
much.
comments on Cat Grant's body.
So basically, in the thing, she's got X-ray vision, right?
Oh,
and
so
she's
she
like,
sees
"Hey,
that she's got plastic
you've got
boobs.
plastic. You need to like get your check out at your doctor
because she's an alien."
Freaking hilarious,
No,
right?
that's funny. That's the fish out of water. She's an alien.
Exactly.
She doesn't understand the concept of plastic surgery, and so she's
Exactly.
X-raying this woman and says, "You've got a foreign object embedded in your body. You need to get that checked." That's a good joke.
So
that's
not
funny.
only is that funny, but it's also like you said, she doesn't know Earth customs, and that's the whole thing with Superman and Supergirl. They are these alien gods coming down to this Earth life, and they don't fit in. They don't know how to be human, right?
You know what my favorite part
that's
about this?
The best part of it.
You know what my favorite part about this comic is, though? Supergirl's hot.
Yeah, right. So that one is hilarious, right? The second one is similar.
Alex
right?
Danvers comes out as gay.
So in one of the shows,
wait, what? They're saying it's cringe to come out?
No, she doesn't.
That is homophobic.
She doesn't handle it well in the show.
That's homophobic.
Yeah,
you can't call that cringe.
They're saying that because she doesn't handle it well in the show, it's terrible, and it whatever. She should have been more accepting of it or whatever. But again, she's an alien. You can forgive her for being socially awkward and not understanding Earth customs, But anyway, the next one, number 8, really pissed me off. Though
Supergirl gay in the series?
Not in the series. Her
no,
sister is.
Not in the series. No,
I thought she was gay in the CW show.
No.
Okay, so it makes sense that she doesn't understand. Yeah.
Sure, next one. Yeah, she's an alien. So this one pisses me off.
Crisis
of Infinite Earth. Spoiler alert: Supergirl dies. Right? Yeah. She makes a sacrifice, and they're complaining that she is sidelined in this show.
But she saved the world with her sacrifice.
She saved the world with her sacrifice. And you're like, oh, look at her face.
Sorry, correction. She saved in the cover. She saved the infinite worlds with her sacrifice. Infinite worlds,
yeah.
And they call that fridging.
Look at this cover. They're only showing half of her face. It's such a fridging. It's like shut the freak up.
Fridging as a concept.
Did they say that Superman was fridged in the death of Superman?
No mention of that. Okay. No.
First off, fridging as a concept is stupid and silly.
Agreed.
And second off, this isn't fridging.
This is the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
This death had purpose. It had meaning. It had sacrifice behind it, and they are just spitting in the face of it.
No. I have not read Crisis on Infinite Earths. So I've heard it's really good, and I plan on reading it. I just need to get my hands on it.
It's a good
storyline. Is there like a you can buy it one piece? What's it called? Omnibus? Is there an omnibus that I could get? That'd be great.
Probably somewhere, yeah.
Send me an omnibus. Supergirl 1984 is very silly, but
that's a good point.
She's hot.
Everything in the 80s was silly. That's a good point.
Yeah, compared to what? Okay.
I know, right?
Compared to the Superman movies, yes, they're also very silly.
Yeah.
But they're good.
Compared to Thor, Love and Thunder. Oh wait, no, that one's silly or something.
but I'd like to point out that she's hot, which I like. I like that.
Yep. Next one too. Apparently there was a run where they have a relationship and they're cousins, so that's weird. Okay.
Okay.
That's
I'll give him that one. That's weird.
Yep.
That's cringe. Sorry, that's what we're going
for,
right? Cringe.
Supergirl becomes a super baby. What? Very cringe.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see that.
This is what they used to. This is what they used to do, though. So they. I haven't read this comic, but this might just be a bait and switch. They used to do this all the time. They would come up with just like the most ridiculous premise and put it on the cover, so the people would be like, "What?" And they buy the cover, and it really wasn't what the comic was about.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong in this case, but they did this all the time. Like they do, like, "Oh, Superman's a Nazi? What?" And
yeah,
like weird stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever did that example specifically, but they do like, "Oh, Superman turned into a baby," just like this. It was to sell comics.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll give them that. That's cringe.
Yep.
Uh,
They got two of
Supergirl is based on a man's persona.
them.
Well, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
You're saying she's derivative?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Like a lot of other
literally their complaint.
Mm-hmm.
But then why do they care about the character if the character's derivative?
What you mean?
Oh, so
Yep.
they want the character to be unique but still exist as a derivation of Superman? You can't have it both ways.
It's an oxymoron.
Yes.
But yeah, she literally came after Superman. She's Superman's cousin. She has similar powers to Superman. What do you want to say? Like,
yeah, she'll always be
of course.
derivative of Superman. Doesn't mean she can't be interesting.
Yeah. But the next point, though, this one made me laugh so hard.
Supergirl doesn't have a date.
So there's an issue or whatever.
What's the good of being a Supergirl helping everyone if I can't even get a date?
It's so ridiculous, but they're complaining. They're like, she doesn't need a man. Like, why? How dare she be defined by her relationships and her needing someone? It's like just it's so
someone
stupid.
who looked like that would have no problem getting a date.
Yeah,
I know, right? Yeah, but anyway,
unlike sorry, I can't say it yet, right?
not yet.
Sorry, I'll make all the comparisons at the very end then, because apparently that's more funny.
There you go.
But I would like to point out that the Supergirl is hot. Unlike, never mind. We'll get there.
Yeah,
Supergirl's
infantilizing name. So basically, why is she not Superwoman?
Why isn't she Superwoman?
Supergirl.
Because she's younger than Superman, so they call her Supergirl.
Exactly.
That's it. She's literally like his kid niece.
And I actually really liked the way they handled this. Is one of the few things I liked from the CW Supergirl show when the boss lady that like gives the Supergirl name and Kara comes out and is like, why isn't it Superwoman? And she's like, Supergirl is a good thing to be. Like, it's not bad to be Supergirl. Like, that's awesome. Like, the real problem is you if you don't think being Supergirl is awesome.
Yeah, I'm a girl. I'm powerful and rich and hot and smart. If you perceive Supergirl as anything less than excellent, isn't that the real problem? Isn't the real problem you? That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a dumb one.
Yep.
Evil Supergirl.
Yeah, so basically they're complaining that
they do this all the time in comics, though, and it is kind of cringe when they do it. It turns out that Captain America we did the issue where he's a part of Hydra. He's Captain Hydra now.
Yeah,
it's a little cringy. They do it with everyone.
Here they're complaining that when Superman goes evil, it's because of interesting interpersonal circumstances, and when Supergirl goes evil, it's just because someone forced her to be evil, and that's less interesting, and who gives a crap.
But this is a great example of like you can't win either way, because
exactly,
like this is a situation where you could, if you wanted to look at the positive side of things, be like, oh, she's just always an impeccable character that's never going to go bad of her own choice because she's that good of a person, and it's only when somebody forces makes it something else that's not her that goes bad. Whereas Superman, oh no, you're saying that he has a dark side to him. That's because you hate men. Come on,
right? Yeah,
you can't win.
You
can't win because you can find an argument to complain about it one way or the other. Oh, she doesn't choose to go evil; somebody forced her to, and that's bad. Versus if it was the other way around, oh, she didn't. She had to be. She had to she has weakness in her character that she went evil. Wasn't like somebody made her evil. She just is evil. You're gonna lose either way. It's stupid.
That's a really good nuanced point, Jared, and I would like to add to it by pointing out that evil Supergirl hot. Are we ready for the last one, David?
Yep, the last one is stupid. It's just
Supergirl dates Lionel.
She dates some guy that apparently lied to her, and they're mad about it.
Okay,
yes,
that's cringy.
So, yeah,
because no female on the face of the planet Earth has ever dated a bad guy,
and no bad guys ever redeem themselves like this guy mostly did, and redemption and forgiveness is not a thing that people believe in now,
right?
Yep.
Okay, David,
yeah, those are apparently the most cringiest Supergirl
moments.
But
but shouldn't there be one more?
There should be.
David, shouldn't there be one more cringy Supergirl moment that's more cringy than all of these?
Yes, they left out the Flash trailer.
Oh, you're talking about the Supergirl from the Flash trailer. You're right. That is the most cringe Supergirl that
see,
I've ever seen.
see, it's not as good as when you spoil it at the very beginning.
Sorry, I didn't know that's where we were going. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to point
Well
out
done,
Supergirl from the Flash trailer, not hot.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I saw another article about because there is another version of Supergirl that is Superman Superman's daughter or something like that, and she looks a lot like the one in the trailer. So like, oh, maybe they're bringing her to the screen. Like, no, it specifically mentions in the trailer her name. It's not Superman's daughter.
Yeah.
So anyway,
but they could be meshing it and taking inspiration.
Yeah, sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that's a good choice. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if that's why that's where they're coming from with it.
Those are the top 10 cringes. Supergirl's cringy.
Yeah.
Top 10 from CBR.
Ooh.
You sent me another article, David.
I did.
Another top 10 list. I love me some top 10s, baby. 10 things Marvel Comics would never be able to get away with today. You take it away. Sorry, I'll try not to spoil the punchline again.
No, go ahead. There's no punchline on this one.
Oh, the punchline
another
is
bad list.
Oh, you mean Marvel Comics would never be able to get away with making a good comic?
That's very much where this goes. Yes.
Okay. Comics haven't made money for a long time, and it's because you ruined them.
Yep.
Okay.
But some of these on the list are absolutely awful. I don't really know much about the first one there, but apparently
Karen Page had AIDS, and it was handled badly.
Yeah.
All right, no characters can have AIDS because that's a bad stereotype.
Yeah. This one right here.
The iconic death of Gwen Stacy was basically a fridging. No, that's not okay.
Yeah,
you don't even understand the stupid term. You're using the stupid term poorly. Fridging is when someone dies at the very beginning of the story to give the other character motivation. I personally think that that's a very useful storytelling technique. That's why it's been used so much. You watch a Disney movie and their parents die. Apparently, that's fridging now. It gives character motivation, okay? Now, if you use it too much and if you don't make anything special out of it, sure, it might become cliche. But to complain about fridging at all is stupid. And to say that Gwen Stacy's death was a fridging when they have issues and they have a whole story of him developing a relationship with this woman only to have her die in the end.
That's not.
You're retarded. That's not fridging. Yeah. That's good storytelling. That's
and then having him struggle with that afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
This is
more than
opposite of the
so these people legitimately think that any time you kill a female character, that's fridging.
Yes,
they're retarded.
Yes.
Ultimate Cap's approach was too much.
So basically they complained that Captain America has conservative values.
Great.
And that's just not going to fly today.
I agree. No one would ever put that in a comic today because comics are now made by communists. And surprise, they don't like communists. They don't make any money. Civil War's inciting incident was too real? They're complaining about good storytelling?
Yep.
They're saying you couldn't get away with good storytelling.
Wait, is this article based? This article is saying you can't get away with good storytelling now?
That might be the point they're making on a lot of
these.
Is
this a good take? I agree that comics would never do this now. In fact, they did. They did a reboot of Civil War, and it was awful. A mutant princess Deanna was too much. I don't know that one specifically.
So this I had to look up. So apparently they're complaining about something that didn't end up happening. They announced that Princess Diana was still alive and she was a mutant and she was fighting crime. And people said, no, we don't want that. That's bad taste.
Didn't do it.
and so they didn't do it. So they're complaining that they're not going to get away with something that they didn't get away with in the first place. It's like,
That would
oh,
be freaking hilarious, though. Princess Di fighting crime as a mutant.
Mhm. Just toss them all in there. Get Elvis in there fighting crime as a
yeah,
mutant.
hell yeah.
Kurt
that would be
Cobain,
Awesome.
right?
Yeah.
The day the music died, the people on that helicopter.
Yep.
What? It's not Frankie Valley. The La Bamba guy, right? Was he on the plane?
I don't.
Okay,
I don't know.
it's a deep cut. I'm sorry. It's the American Pie. The song
Buddy
was
Holly,
based on
Richard Valens, and
there was a
JP
whole bunch of musicians.
Richardson.
There were a whole bunch of famous musicians on an airplane or a helicopter. I can't remember which one, and they all died on the same day. It was the day the music died, and that's why they wrote American Bye Bye, Miss American Pie, and drove your Chevy to the levee. Okay, I'm not dumb. You can have them be mutant superheroes. They can
February 3rd,
play music.
1959.
That could be their superpower could be music.
Yep.
That would be fun.
Was it Buddy Holly? Buddy Holly.
Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and JP Richardson.
Richie Valens. It sounds like Frankie Valli. It's Richie Valens.
Gotcha.
Is it I'm not dumb. I want to see Richie Valley, Buddy Holly, ex boys.
Yep.
Okay, Boomer. That's okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay. I'll take that one. Yes. I agree with this one.
Yes, agreed.
This was one of the worst comic book runs of all time.
And it was also retconned because it was bad.
Yeah, this one was bad. This one was bad, guys. I'm really liking this article.
Yeah.
They haven't been wrong yet. Shang-Chi's original parentage was problematic.
Yeah,
I
so
don't care.
Shang-Chi, his dad is Fu Manchu, and that's a no-no.
What's wrong with that? They just barely did Fu Man King.
I know,
Okay.
right? That's hilarious. Yeah.
The Falcon's retconned origin would never fly because he was a gangster or he was a pimp. It looks like
he was a pimp. Yeah,
dude.
because
That would be so much more interesting.
I know, right?
The Falcon was a pimp,
But it's like you can't
Snap,
have
Wilson was the man.
dude.
you can't have anybody that
Dope.
has a past. They
But
retconned.
I thought that sex work was real work. I thought we weren't allowed to kink
No,
shame.
the other end of it is, but the pimping is not. That's not cool.
Well, okay. You're inconsistent here.
Yeah, it is inconsistent.
I thought if sex work's real work, you need administration. Okay. You need a firm hand.
Administration is male and male is evil. So, yeah, like you just can't have any characters that have any interesting backstories and redemption arcs anymore.
I didn't know that about the Falcon, and that makes me hate the MCU's iteration of the Falcon even more because that's awesome. The assault of Carol Danvers is one of Marvel's worst black eyes.
Yeah, so apparently she gets assaulted and gives birth to some kid or something.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that one. That was a weird
It's a
one.
little weird.
I didn't read that, but
All right.
But again, it's a traumatic experience that they have to deal with.
To the person that raped her,
right?
Which is weird, but it's weird. So, yeah.
I agree. It's weird and it's uncomfortable, but again,
but you can
it's
have
a character building moment. You can have people struggle with that.
You probably don't want to show it happen, but you can have trauma. People can have trauma in their lives,
right?
That's I don't know. That's
yep. And it goes with the last one.
There's a Spidey 9/11 issue.
Yeah, yeah, there is, and
that can actually work though.
Yeah, it can, and it's pretty cool because even the villains in the story band together and be like,
"That
hey,
sounds like a good
this
comic."
Isn't cool. It specifically mentions Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is
this
crying,
cool.
and he says that
crime
the attackers
doesn't pay.
Yeah, no, it's freaking awesome. But they're like, oh no, that's in poor taste. Like again, God forbid anybody have any trauma and deal with any real world scenarios.
I think
and try to
handle
turn
it
to the comic books for some respite. It's just stupid.
You know what I think is in poor taste?
Not making a
just
joke out of it, but actually handling it like it's an important, real issue.
What I think is in poor taste is what they just came out with, which was the Avengers Pfizer issue.
Yes.
You guys see that one?
Oh my gosh, that was so cringy.
I think that's in very poor taste.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find an image. It was a thing. They're like, we're everyday heroes take the vaccine. I don't know. It's pretty cringy.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I can't find the specific one I was looking for, but shoot, this is it's a different window. Whatever. You just look it up. Just trust me. It was cringe. I kind of liked that article. There were a couple of ones that were silly, but most of them were spot on. There's more bad takes though. I thought this was interesting. Michael B. Jordan, while filming Black Panther 1, says, "I shut out love. I didn't want love, and had to undergo therapy after acting in a movie. He played pretend so good that he didn't love anybody anymore." And
method acting is weird, man.
He needed therapy. These people are silly. I thought his performance was pretty good in the movie, but these people have issues. They're very silly. They're silly people, and this is a bad take, I think. And the fact that he's like talking about it and not embarrassed is more silly.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, I just gotta say I need to head out, man.
Yeah,
falling asleep for some reason. I'm really tired. So see you guys
late.
next week.
Did you like all the communism on The Last of Us?
Oh my god, it was so boring.
It was boring.
I
It was a horrible
didn't even
episode.
want to talk about those episodes, man. It was so
so
boring. So boring, so dumb that the girl actress was really miscast. The
horrible.
female, she's Rose from 2.5 Men. Like she acts like a crazy girl for 9 seasons of 2.5 Men, and I just don't feel like I believe anything that she has to say. The girl boss, the strong female character that we had in those episodes. The leader of the rebels or whatever.
Yeah.
So I
Not
pretty much hated them. I mean, they had good aspects, but overall it was just boring and silly messaging. So that's what I think about the Last of Us, and that's all I have to say. See you guys.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to check out the Angry Mex's channel.
It was my
It's
pleasure.
awesome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
We'll see
Bye,
you
bye.
next week.
Night, Mixer.
We lost
night.
our Mexican intern for the night. We have a little bit less diversity on the panel now, but it's
Just
okay.
a little bit.
Top Pixar executive Pete Docter blames moviegoers for Lightyear's box office bomb. Well,
People didn't want to see your movie, so it's their fault.
I mean, technically, he's correct. It is
Yeah, I was gonna say.
moviegoers' fault that they didn't want to see your bad movie.
I actually thought it was a good movie. I thought it was a good movie.
Yeah, but when you come out and insult the audience, before they're not gonna want to see it. So I mean, you're kind of right, but for the wrong reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's our fault because we did boycott the movie. So I had free tickets to go see Lightyear, and I gave them away. So moving on. The Last of Us star Bella Ramsey wore a binder on set to help her focus.
A binder?
Okay.
That's where it squishes your boobs so that you look like a man.
Oh,
And that helped her focus?
Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
It helped her it helped her focus on her character that's a girl by feeling more like a man.
Interesting take.
Well, the actress herself is non-binary. So it kind of feels like she just wanted to wear a binder. She said she wore it for like 80% of the time, and it was actually dangerous. And she's that's not in this article though. That was a different article. There's too many articles. I had to cut a lot. 90% of the time. There we go. Which is very dangerous, actually. And people were concerned about her, but it helped her get into the character of a little girl by pretending to be a man.
Okay, you do you.
I guess some people were saying it's because the actress herself was like more developed, and it would be weird if a little girl was more developed, and so they made her. But
well, yeah, I was going to
It
say.
sounds like it's not something that she was directed to do. Something she chose to do.
It wasn't.
Yeah, the idea of trying to find ways to present her as younger than she is one thing, but
yeah. She's ugly. I'll just put that there. So the next
I don't
article,
care whether she looks good or not, but I think she does a good job acting.
No, I don't.
Personally,
I disagree.
but-
I think she's horrible.
Yeah.
But it's okay. You can think that she's good. I think she's very cringy on screen. Well, Avatar 2 director James Cameron says he's just as legendary as J.R.R. Tolkien. He slyly claims he's superior, as unlike Lord of the Rings, he didn't have any big pantheon of books to base his movies on. And you're talking about Tolkien, who wrote a series so prolific that every other author steals from him.
And
he redefined the genre of fantasy, and everyone copies him now.
And Lord of the Rings wasn't based on a big pantheon of other books.
It wasn't.
It was its own thing. That he created the rest of the big pantheon of books based on that, and because it was.
He's claiming that James Cameron didn't have a large pantheon of filmmaking to base his filmmaking on. What a conceited douche.
That is weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I liked the Avatar movies, but every time this man opens his mouth, he makes me want to puke.
Dumb stuff. Watched Titanic this week, though. It's actually a really good movie.
Did you see it in theater?
Yeah, I actually did. Mm-hmm.
Wait, it just came out in theater again?
They re-released it, yeah.
Re-released it for 20th anniversary or whatever.
Oh, okay.
25th. I don't know, whatever it was.
I just don't. This is such a monumentally stupid take. This is baffling to me. Almost as baffling as Quantumania was. Okay, we got a couple more. I'm trying to.
Especially since the story of Avatar
is yeah. Okay, let's talk about that. Yeah,
it's like
Avatar 1 is just Dances with Wolves, but they're aliens.
Dances with Wolves meets Pocahontas.
Meets Pocahontas meets Fern Gully. Avatar is derivative of the worst part of Avatar is its derivative storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
That's what drags the movie down, and he's dragging J.R.R. Tolkien through the mud.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing up that point. That was in my point, but I've done so many of these I forgot.
Yeah, I'm like, what? That's twisted. Anyway,
thanks for reminding me of that.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Violent Night actor John Leguizamo says he was used as a pawn by Sony and Marvel to entice Michael Keaton into playing the Vulture in Spider-Man: Homecoming. I don't remember John Leguizamo in Spider-Man: Homecoming. Was he one of the goons?
I don't think so. I like John Leguizamo.
I like him, except when he opens his mouth and complains about diversity in the Mario movie, or lack of diversity in the Mario movie, because he was cast as Luigi for some reason.
I mean, having not read the article, maybe they just asked him to talk to Michael Keaton?
I don't understand this. Look, there's him, a Mexican or Hispanic person playing an Italian plumber. I don't get it. Yeah, he wasn't.
Oh, that's what it was. Sorry, I'm seeing some other stuff. He was in talks to be the Vulture until the studio asked him to step aside for Michael Keaton. So he took the role in order to make Michael Keaton think, oh, maybe I want to take that role, and then they moved him out. That's what they're saying.
Okay,
which is still dumb, but like
it also happens
there.
all the time. You snooze, you lose. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. John Leguizamo. It's bad. That's a bad take. Here we go.
Yeah.
There's more. I'm gonna get real worked up and pissed off here. If you guys haven't heard, Roald Dahl's publishers are now retroactively editing his works. For example, cutting the words "fat" from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, under the guise of inclusion and accessibility.
Yep.
That's just one example. They're going through all of his works and removing offensive language like "fat" and "ugly"
and
from the witches.
Horse face.
Apparently, the witches being ugly because they're bad people is offensive.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And they came out. So many people have complained about that. It's like, oh, okay, we're still going to release the original ones as the Roald Dahl classics, but we're still going to go through and edit it, and those are going to be the main books we put out.
Yeah. Whoever has the rights to his legacy or whatever it is, his
Penguin
estate, like whoever has the full rights to his estate needs to be like, okay, we're going somewhere else now. Like his actual estate needs to say, like, we need to get this back under control. So that's so dumb.
I think Netflix has something to do with it. They bought out some rights for him or something.
This is a little bit later, but we'll come back to it. This is what Dahl actually said. Dahl threatened to never write another word if his publishers ever changed his language. Yeah. Apparently, enormous crocodile is offensive.
Yeah.
No, I think it was just saying that he was going to send them to gobble him up, but still.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. They're going so deep. They're changing cloud men in Charlie and Chocolate Factory to cloud people because that's not gender inclusive.
Oh yes. The Oompa Loompas are male and female now.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous the lengths they'll go to just cut out and edit this.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, this is censorship. This is what it is.
I said it wrong because Penguin now merged with Random House. It's Puffin Books that are the publishers. This pisses me off. This is very, very upsetting. You don't retroactively change works for inclusivity. This is stupid. This is communism. This is exactly what communism does. They control speech, and when they control what you're allowed to say, they control how you think, how you're allowed to think.
What was it saying about Matilda there? Most formidable female was changed to most formidable woman.
Yes.
How? What? Why is that? What?
Because gender is different from sex, I guess.
But how is?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get that gender is different than sex for the way that everybody's looking at it here, but like that doesn't the woman female doesn't like what? No, what?
Enormously fat to just enormous. You can't.
Oh, that's so much better. Yes.
Okay, look. I can speak on this issue. I am fat, and I do not find the word "fat" offensive. Okay, you guys want to see my rolls?
Yep.
Hey,
no!
I'm fat. Okay, I'm unhealthy. Also... It's not good for the body. It's bad, and I need to get into shape, or I'll probably die early.
Mm-hmm. I am also well above the weight that I should be, but I grew up as a skinny kid. Guess what? I was worried as a skinny kid that being skinny was a bad thing.
It is.
I got upset about it. But guess what? Yeah, there's a problem with it too. But guess what? It's not about the words used. It's the way that people use them. So we can't just make it better by saying we can't use these words anymore. If there's problems with people feeling treated poorly because of the way that they are or whatever. You need to like work at just being able to help people accept who they are and also like be healthy. I don't know, just that's so dumb. It isn't one thing. You can't just say, oh, only fat is offensive. No, it's not. Fat is not offensive. It's offensive when you are mean to people, period, for whatever reason. And it happens for all reasons, no matter what. And we can't just get rid of those things. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And Jared, you and I had a long discussion about Philip Pullman and his books, the
Golden Compass?
Polar Bear Golden Compass.
Yeah, the Golden Compass.
And I had problems with the TV show, and it made me think that I wouldn't enjoy reading the books because I think the problems that I had with the TV show would also be prevalent in the books. And the media reached out to Philip Pullman in regard to Roald Dahl, and he definitely made up my mind that I will not be reading his books because I think that I would hate them. Because he suggests that Roald Dahl books should just go out of print.
Yeah, I know.
Rather than changing them. He says, because they asked him, hey, what do you think about, posthumously changing an author's works? And his response, it's right here.
If it doesn't do anything,
Here, yeah. Look, here it is. It doesn't do anything very much. If it does offend us, then just let him go out of print. I'd say read all of these other authors. Read these wonderful authors who are writing today who don't get as much of a look in because of the massive commercial gravity of people like Roald Dahl. And
how
he
about
goes
this?
on.
You keep them in print, and if people don't want to buy them because they find them offensive, they don't read them.
Just allow them to fade away in people's reading habits because they no longer reflect the modern world. They're not going to vanish. They're still going to be around for years and years. They should be allowed to fade away. Let him go out of print. There was another quote where he said, story continues. His white legacy. He said you should be reading these other authors because Roald Dahl is not even prolific. He's never written a classic. Here we go. We're talking about children's books. Okay, dude, you wrote The Golden Compass.
Yeah.
It wasn't technically YA, but it was marketed as YA. And it's on the fence, okay? Dahl's books aren't classics in that sense. I say let them fade away. Read better writers. Roald Dahl is one of my favorite authors of all time.
Yeah,
he has written classics, and his books are far more prolific and will be essential chunks of the cultural zeitgeist for far longer than people remember the name Philip Pullman.
Who?
I had to look. I had to look up. Okay. I had to check my notes to say your name correctly. Okay. I'm sure that your books were fine and a lot of people liked them. I didn't like the TV show very much, despite of how well it was acted, because I thought the story was garbage. Roald Dahl has written timeless classics that will be remembered far after your books have disintegrated. The Witches, The Twits, Charlie and the Fricking Chocolate Factory, and then Charlie has a glass elevator, okay? The BF fricking G.
Yeah.
James and the BF fricking Peach. Go screw yourself, Philip Pullman.
Yeah.
You've never written a classic in your life.
Right. What Philip Pullman has is he has the dark materials, but like I haven't heard of anything else.
Mhm.
And even
The rest of his works are sequels and derivations of his dark materials.
And I almost so David made a good point, which is almost what I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt for this person and say like, oh, this is them taking it the wrong way when he's trying to say like, oh, print them until they don't sell anymore, because if people don't like them, then they won't buy them. But guess what? They will buy them, and so just leave it alone. But no, he doubled down on it in 10 different ways to say that
I was on the fence,
a good author or whatever. But
I was on the fence about reading the Golden Compass because I didn't love the TV show. I hated how it ended, and I was thinking maybe the books were better, and it was just a bad adaptation. But I'm fairly certain that the things I didn't like about the TV show are also problems with the books now. And it's my problems with the author and his philosophy in general. I think that the books are very pessimistic, which is fine. There are lots of books from atheists that I do enjoy. Okay, I enjoy, and I poke fun, but I enjoy the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Okay, one of my favorite books of all time is Johnny Got His Gun, who's written by a communist. Guess what? I hate communism. But I love Johnny Got His Gun. It's a fantastic book. So my issue is not that he's an atheist. My issue with his philosophy in general is that it's not just that he doesn't believe, he actively hates Christianity, and his books attempt to replace God, but they don't, or they remove God from the equation, but they don't replace him with anything more significant. And so his books are, at least I assume it's the same problem with the books. I haven't read them, and I'm not going to. But the problem with the TV show is the ending felt incredibly hollow, because it was trying to be profound by saying we don't need God, but he didn't present an alternative that was interesting at all. And so the books just felt very hollow, the series felt extremely hollow and extremely pointless, and it was a huge letdown. I really, really hated his Dark Materials. And it was acted so well, like I wanted to like it. Mm-hmm. And first season is really good. Seasons 2 and 3 are garbage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, my wife and I binged the first season in a couple weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks, and then I think we've watched 2 episodes of the second season.
Yeah, the first season is fantastic. It's amazing world building, and everything that's good about the first season is absent in seasons 2 and 3. They just abandoned everything that was good that I liked.
Yep.
James and the BF freaking Peach.
Yeah, I mean, just with like, I don't think I've ever read a Roald Dahl book that I didn't like, but just with like the 3 most popular ones, James and the Giant Peach, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and Matilda, like those are freaking classics.
Oh, I forgot Matilda.
Yeah, they're so good.
BFG is one of the greatest books of all time. The Witches is my favorite. The Witches is absolutely freaking phenomenal. And the Twits is probably my personal favorite. It's not like a book though; it's more of like a short story. But I love the Twits.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Charlie and Your Mom's Factory. Well, they're doing the same thing to James Bond books. They're removing offensive things, and it was connected to this story, which has had that. But apparently, it's offensive to say Bond could hear the audience panting and grunting like pigs at the trough. It's more apparently it's better to say Bond could hear the electric tension in the room.
Yeah, because
apparently pigs is racist. I thought that all cops were pigs, though. I thought you guys liked that word.
Yeah. Yeah. The first one is so much more descriptive.
That's the thing. Is like it has a much more like visceral, like you really get that idea, and it really has it has some grit to it, and it but gosh, that's
wow.
You know, one of the best books of all time is Huckleberry Finn.
Oh yes,
and it uses the N-word
and Tom Sawyer
100 times. And Tom Sawyer is good, but it's not. I love Tom Sawyer. It's a great story. It's not important. True. Huckleberry Finn is probably one of the most. Huckleberry Finn is probably one of the most important books ever written.
Agreed.
And it uses the N-word about like 100 times because that's the point of the book is overcoming racism. And it's incredible. in a time where racism was prolific. And so the author doesn't mince his meat. He doesn't mince his words. He has characters using the N-word left and right. And people want to get rid of that book because it uses the N-word. But that's the point. That's the point of the book, is that there's a little child who runs away with a black man, and everyone's calling him the N-word. Everyone hates this black man. And it's the childlike innocence of this character who doesn't understand why this man is hated and the other man isn't.
Exactly.
It's showing racism, the horrors of racism, through the eyes of a child, and how children can't comprehend why racism exists, because racism is stupid.
Which is why it's so ridiculous.
It is a wonderful, poetic book.
Yeah. Amen, bro. That's, yeah, absolutely. It's the hatred for that book is just baffling.
It's ridiculous.
But it's also ridiculous too that they're trying to teach kids that, oh, just because you're born white, you are just racist from the womb. It's like, no. Huck Finn showed that. Right?
Right.
Kids don't understand racism. They don't care. They don't see skin color. It's just another person, right?
I apologize if I missed some comments. I've been absorbed.
Yeah.
But we don't love you any less. Let's move on. There's two more. There's one more. Apparently, you should stop eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner because dogmatic adherence to meal times is anti-science, racist, and might actually be making you sick.
Okay, then.
Racist?
Meal times are racist.
So you should just eat whenever then, or you should not eat at all? What are they saying?
You know why meal times exist? It's because that's when we get hungry. That's
natural breaks built into the day.
And I have heard some scientific arguments about maybe it's smarter to have, instead of 3 big meals throughout the day, have 6 smaller ones, or kind of spread it out in different ways. And there's different whatever about that, but race what?
I didn't actually look up to see what the point was. Oh, it doesn't come up again. It's in the title, and they don't actually ever explain how it's racist.
Racist isn't mentioned in the article at all. That's hilarious.
I would assume it's probably like at the plantation, that was the cheapest. They would feed them in the middle of the day because it was the hottest, and so they didn't want them to have heat stroke. Or
I saw something saying something about that's my guess. Squares, the making of the American whatever, and it's like, oh, it's because it's American that they've decided. Yeah, the invention of the American meal, and maybe that's somehow racist because American is racist.
But I mean, breakfast, lunch, and dinner was a thing before America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's called supper.
I mean, it's interesting to compare American breakfast, lunch, and dinner times to other countries, like in South America and Mexico. They often dinner isn't the big meal, lunch is the big meal, but they pretty much happen at the same time. They do breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but lunch is where you eat the most.
Well, it's supper. So they have dinner, which is kind of like a lunch, and then supper is the big meal.
No, in South America, lunch is the big meal.
Oh, really?
David,
okay.
In the middle of the day.
David, which one of us went to Mexico?
I'm just saying, in England, and
I didn't say England, David. I said South America and Mexico.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't hear that part. I just heard other parts of the world, because England still does that, and still here in America, in parts of the South,
I would just like to point out that I would like to point out that technically, my brother David is also technically Mexican, but he's significantly less Mexican than I am. Because I actually went to Mexico and I lived there for 2 years.
Well, I married a Mexican. So.
David married a Mexican, and I am more Mexican than David's Mexican wife.
Yeah.
Who is only is she half?
She's half, yeah.
She's half Mexican.
But she never learn to speak Spanish because her mom was reprimanded from speaking Spanish in school.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's such a bummer.
yeah, I know it sucks.
It is.
It's a shame.
Qué tristeza.
Should learn Spanish, Martina. I
mean,
blame you.
yeah.
Anyway, now that I think we're through the bad takes, so here's some memes, okay? Just to, because I'm pissed off, and so we gotta.
Man, we've gone for a long time today.
It's been 2 weeks. I'm sorry. The article's built up.
Oh, I thought it was because Jared was back. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Oh no, sorry. This one's not funny. This is a bad take too.
What is this?
Learn the difference. This is straight. It's
what?
It's bad. It's a bad take. It's saying that if you're not attracted to a transgender, that you are a Nazi.
What?
Here's what I'll say. The problem with this argument is that it completely contradicts the narrative of respecting the sexuality of individuals.
Yeah.
Which I thought was important to you guys. I thought it was important that we respect every individual's right to be sexually attracted to whatever they're sexually attracted to. But now we're being told that if we're not sexually attracted to transgender people who've transitioned to a gender which we are traditionally attracted to, if we're not also attracted to those people, that we're Nazis. And I think that your argument doesn't hold any water, and it's stupid, and it's a hilariously bad take.
Yeah. It's a weird one.
Moving on.
I get, I have nothing against people.
Yeah.
It's fine if you want to do this. I think it's a little silly, but if it makes you happier, like I still value you as a person. I don't hate anyone.
Yeah.
I'm not transphobic. I don't hate any of these people. I'm not homophobic. I don't hate homosexuals. I personally am very straight. I'm super straight. That doesn't make me a Nazi. I'm attracted to my wife, and I'm attracted to women. That's why I married my wife. I'm also attracted to the idea of a family. I want to have kids, and I wouldn't.
Yep.
I wouldn't be able to do that with someone who's with a trans woman. So you calling me a Nazi for not being attracted to that is denying my sexuality, which is very bigoted of you.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the memes. A family that can't afford groceries is comforted by the fact that we have the most diverse administration in history.
Yep.
Let's talk about The Last of Us, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. So what is it? Episode 5 and 6?
Episode 5 and 6. Episode 5 is the episode that made me just completely give up on The Last of Us. I'm totally out. I'm not invested in the show. If I weren't reviewing the show for my channel, I would no longer be watching the show. I don't find it entertaining. I think it's extremely boring.
Yeah.
And
there were parts of it that I thought was getting somewhere. It was actually like we saw zombies in it. That was great. They were missing from episodes 4 and episode 6, by the way.
The bit where they come pouring out of the ground was pretty cool. I like that.
It was cool, but it didn't
except
make
it doesn't
sense.
make any sense. Okay, they go out of their way to say, "Hey, we drove the zombies. The reason this place is so safe is because we put all the zombies underground." And then they say, "Hey, we have an escape plan. To escape, we're going to have to go through the underground where all the zombies are." Except I know the secret. The secret is that the Fedra people secretly killed all the zombies underground. So everyone else thinks that it's dangerous, but so they won't be monitoring it so we can escape. And because there's no zombies. And so they went through and there weren't any zombies, but it doesn't make sense. So in episode 4, 3 episodes ago, they showed the ground. They showed the lady who's in charge for some reason, despite the fact that she has
because her brother was in charge. That's why her brother was in charge.
Her brother was in charge, and then he died. And so they listened to her instead of the obvious choice for a leader who has charisma and people could get behind. They listened to this woman who has no charisma and can't act.
They showed the ground like pumping, right? Like
Yeah.
going up
It's
and down in
pulsating,
episode 4, and I thought that they were alluding to what we thought they were going to ignore. It was the system of like vines that are I thought that the vines were growing underground and were going to go into the city so that if anyone touched them, the zombies would know where they were and they were going to be in big trouble. Turns out it was just zombies underneath, but that doesn't make sense. The zombies were underneath, but then they were cleared because we know they were cleared because they went through the tunnel and there weren't any zombies underground at all.
One second.
Yeah.
It didn't say that all of underground was cleared. It just said that that particular section of underground was cleared.
Okay. That's still stupid.
But then it also shows that it wasn't cleared because it was pulsating.
Yes.
But it was cleared because they went down under.
That's a different section of the underground.
Oh, okay, sorry. There was a section that wasn't cleared that was pulsing, and they were worried about that. But they said, we're going to deal with this later, and they don't deal with it later. And so then there was a section that was cleared, and they escaped through that section, and then they come out to the surface.
And walk for a ways.
Outside of town in a rural area where there's apparently a huge underground tunnel system full of zombies still. The tunnel system makes sense in the big city, but not in the rural area.
Yeah,
so they are
Spectrum.
presented with this no escape situation, and it resorts to Deus ex Zambia. They're like, we're not going to get, and all of a sudden the whole community collapses, and apparently why would there be I get that there's an underground tunnel system in the city, but why would it be in the outside of the city, and why was just that section cleared except that the end of the section wasn't cleared? And so the zombies come out and they save the day, and it was extremely boring. They showed the big, not the clicker, but the big boomer guy, and it literally just looked like a guy in a fat suit. Like you could see the creases. I literally saw the creases in his arms, between his arms and his torso. He just ripped off a guy's head and walked really slowly. Wasn't intimidating at all.
Fight him. They just left.
It looked silly. And so after they resort to Deus Ex Zambia, then they just leave. And the fact that they didn't start running sooner, they're like, we need a distraction. Oh, look, a distraction. And then they just stay there for like 10
behind
minutes.
The car,
and they don't just run while there's a distraction. And so because they don't do that, they get caught up. And then the girl with no charisma, she's so intimidating and scary, she comes up and she finds them, and we resort to Deus Ex Zambia again.
Yep.
The scene where she was in the bedroom talking about her brother's death, I was laughing the entire time because she was trying to be dramatic. And again, I like this actress. I've seen her in other roles where she killed it. The scene in the bedroom where she's crying over her dead brother was so painfully badly acted. I was laughing the entire time.
It wasn't like super compelling for me, but I didn't have
it was
too much problem with it.
cringe. So yeah, that one I was just like, this show is just not believable. They're pretending that this woman has charisma and that people would follow her. And
because it's been one of my biggest complaints by far, just in terms of like, I haven't minded her acting, but I agree that she has no charisma, and it is very unbelievable that a society would build up around her in that way. That's why, like, it was her brother that built it up, and she just kind of took over because maybe people liked her because she's a likable type person.
But the fact that she's standing next to this like awesome guy who's just decked out, he's got muscles for his eyelids, right? And like they would be following him, not her.
For some reason, he's following her, though. I don't know.
And they also just continue to show her making the worst decisions. She kills their doctor. She just, it's just.
Was that in this episode that she kills
That was
the
in
doctor?
episode 4. She kills the doctor in episode 4 because she wants to be intimidating. And then she has to give this. And then she does the speech when she's like, hi, we're going to kill you guys. Okay? would you be okay with that? Like, I know,
Yeah.
I understand. Okay, like I understand. I know you did it to help your brother, but if it's all the same with you, we're still gonna kill you.
Yep. That
It
was
a
basically the
joke.
speech.
That was the scene. I was like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
it was pretty bad.
I get the like, I get for me it was more of a, I get that you did it for your brother, but it meant that my brother died, so I'm just gonna kill you. So it wasn't as much of a like cringy, but it was definitely like a, I care about me more than I care about you. It just also wasn't intimidating. I agree with you there. It just wasn't intimidating.
But every decision that she made just reinforced the idea that no one on Earth would have ever followed her in any sane world. But apparently all dystopian nightmare futures are all super progressive.
Yeah. And you were talking about the scene where she was visiting her childhood home and crying about her brother.
Yeah.
The other guy was there and he's like, have you ever visited your childhood home? I was like, no. He's like, I don't care. It's just like in that scene alone, it's like, why would anybody put any trust in her?
Yeah.
Or any faith in her that she's obviously acting emotionally and irrationally, but they're following her for some reason. It was just completely ridiculous.
Oh, and the fact that that Joel is an idiot. They know that they're being hunted, and they decide to just walk openly in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
And they know they're still in danger. Like that's the obvious thing. Like, yes, that's how I would have caught them, is just monitor all of the exits. Okay. Just have a lookout. You're not going to be able to search every building. This is the top priority. It's stupid. Just monitor the ways out of the city. You can just have one guy looking to see if he sees people walking in the middle of the street.
Yeah. It's pretty dumb. And then
Joel
at the end of the episode,
try to be a little smarter about it, but then you had Sam that was just talking out. Sam and Ellie and all them that were just being loud and not caring. I mean, yeah, they were still in the middle of the street, but. Yeah.
And then at the end of the episode, I thought that they were doing something smart.
I know. I thought
it was so. It could have been such an amazing moment when she thought she could. She smeared the blood on the guy and said, "Oh, my blood is magic." I thought that they were doing a thing like, "Oh, she knows it's not going to work. It's just she's just doing it to comfort this kid,
him
and he's going to go to sleep, and she's going to wait there with the knife, and as soon as he turns, she's going to stab him through the temple." But no, she legitimately thought it was going to work.
Which,
like, even if you thought it might work, why the hell would you just do that and then go to sleep? Right there, and then you wait until the morning, and then conveniently he hadn't attacked anybody until she woke up. It's like, oh my gosh, that was so stupid.
Yes, I agree that would have been the better choice. But even if you throw that out and take into consideration, okay, she actually believes that she can cure him, which is also interesting. I don't think it's as good as what you proposed. But if you take them at face value that she actually believed it was going to cure him, the better storytelling would have been to have her kill the boy.
Right.
To wake up, have it attack her, and then have her kill him in the struggle, and then the brother walks in.
Exactly.
And
that would have been very
he's
dramatic.
Pissed. Because it made no sense that he was angry at Joel when he clearly saw that his brother was a zombie, and he
wasn't angry at Joel.
He shot at Joel.
Well, he was trying to keep Joel back from doing anything.
He shot at the ground. He was a warning shot. He's like, boom, and he's like pissed. And everyone was like, it would have been so much more effective.
But it wasn't.
If he walks in as Ellie is killing his brother, and he didn't know at first that he was a zombie, and then she has to say, no, he turned, and he's like, no, look at the bite. I didn't just kill him. And you have this. You could have been this awesome moment of distrust.
But then how does he end up dying? Because you lead
himself.
The idea of him having to kill his brother and then killing himself because he can't handle the fact that he had to kill his brother.
He could still kill himself.
But why would he kill himself in that situation?
Because his brother just died and his reason for living is gone. It's silly, but it's on par with episode 3.
He could be angry that he's dead and Joel has to shoot him.
Yeah.
And then again, you wouldn't have another suicide because you just had an assisted suicide love story.
I
Two
know that
episodes
he
ago.
does. It's kind of how it happens in the game. He does shoot his brother and then kill himself in the game.
Yep.
But the problem is just the way that it was presented was just nonsensical in the movie. I don't know if it was presented better in the game.
I'm also okay with the character like Ellie being dumb enough to think that worked. I agree that she should have been smart enough to stay awake in that situation.
Oh, but she's a kid.
I chalk
and
it up
tired.
I chalk it up to she was tired and she didn't mean to fall asleep. Because he said, wait up with me. And she said, yeah, I'll stay up with you. And I think she fell asleep on accident, which doesn't make it great. But I'm okay with her being a dumb kid. And then I also
that's why I agree. That's why I was also okay with that decision.
Yeah.
But can you imagine how much cooler it would have been if she's like, I know,
I agree.
I get that I'm immune, but just smearing my blood is probably not going to save this kid. And so she's just like calming him down, and she knows she's going to have to kill him. Like, oh, that would have been gut wrenching.
But here's the other thing too: is she doesn't know how any of that stuff works because she literally has been raised in the zone where the government's been in charge and probably wouldn't teach you stuff like that.
Yeah. And that's why I'm okay with what they went with, except
I agree though that yours it would have been more powerful if she had to kill
both of your ideas. I think had a lot more power to them, but I do think that they're like I think it could create some other issues with trying to figure out how things fit together. And there's a lot to be said for the fact that like this is a situation where they stuck to what the game was. And I mean, not that you always have to.
Yeah,
it's not always the best thing, but this was a time where they did, and I still think it worked.
Yeah,
I mean, again, it's just a character was dumb, and that happens, So I was okay with it,
Me too.
Yeah. I'm interested, Jared, because you're the only one that's played the game all the way through out of the four of us. The leader lady, the uncharismatic leader, what is she like in the game?
She's not a character.
She's not a character in the game at all?
You don't ever really see her.
Just made up.
Really, like it's the same sort of like situation. Like they're running from this group, but it's actually I think it's a different group that they're running from.
But you never see the leader?
No.
Yeah.
But they end up getting in with zombies again, and then they get bit, and you're like, oh shoot, like you got to kill him. So
yeah. These two episodes are just disappointing. It's just the point where the zombies showed up, like, okay, finally we're getting somewhere, and then they just walk away. And then the nonsensical stuff about, oh, my blood's going to heal you, but then I'm going to fall asleep and then conveniently wake up before you kill anybody. And then this whole other episode with the brother is just a bunch of nothing.
Here's the thing, though, that I would say. So I think something that I've noticed with this, well, with the game and with like the show and how there's less zombies and stuff, is that I mean the game initially was it's supposed to talk about humanity and what happens to humanity when something like this happens,
right?
And so with the show, maybe there's less zombies, but there has been more focus on what is humanity like what are people, how are they treating each other, why are they treating each other this way, like the in the last episode where they literally go to the cabin and have to hold them at gunpoint until they're like, oh yeah, like we can trust you, like you can, we actually tell you the truth, and they're like, okay, but they had to literally hold them at gunpoint, right? Like whereas before this happened, would that have been the case? Right? Would you have had to have gone in and hold somebody at gunpoint to get help to go across country? Right? So it's like, that's what I appreciate about this show and about the game, is that it's a much deeper look at, it's not just about the zombies. Mm-hmm. It's about what is humanity like, and how does this affect who we become? In fact, to be honest, what I thought was interesting too, that I was thinking about, like with this whole thing, and this is me just because like I'm a Christian, but what does that mean, right? Like if something like this were to happen, like what does that mean as far as your belief in God, your belief in Christ, your belief in all of this, and
the idea of a plan,
right, So it's interesting to look at it through that perspective and say, look, like what is humanity doing through this whole crisis, right?
I absolutely agree.
Trying to get her to this place to get a cure. Like, what is his role in that? Like, why is he doing that? Like, is he doing it for the good, or is he doing it because he's just tired, or is he doing it just because
because
he
of tests, because he believes in it, for what for what reasons?
No,
I'd even say that again, you see back at The Walking Dead as a kind of parallel. The best parts of that, even though yes, it had a lot more of the zombie action stuff, the best parts of that were always about that running across different groups of humanity and how we handle those people and how those groups formed and how we interact with them and how we, our ideals and what we want, are in conflict with them, and therefore we have conflict, and how we just kind of handle that. And so that's why I'm 100% with Jared in terms of, like, I am really digging this, even though there's not as much action, because you don't, like, the action is really compelling in the video game because you're the one going through it and doing it, and it's a big part of what, like, stretches out the game beyond the narrative itself. But, like, because the show and even the game is so much more about humanity and the how the world happens in the face of this tragedy, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that is a very important part of apocalyptic TV shows, especially zombie ones, is the humanity and how we interact with that. I 100% agree with you. I like that. It's good, and I still think that the greatest parts of the show so far are the dialogues between Joel and Ellie. Past the first 2 episodes, which I didn't really like, all of their interactions and their dialogue and their conversation with each other has just gotten better and better, and I really like that.
I still can't stand her, but
no, I think she's fine. She's acting like an actual curious, annoying child now. In the first 2 episodes, she was like
every
other.
She still curses
teenager.
Every other word out of her mouth. F this.
Have you been to
but the actual dialogue?
School? Yeah.
Yes, I've been to public school.
Yeah,
and not everyone acted like dicks.
Yeah,
no,
I agree. I wish she would swear less, but I think the actual dialogue that's happening between her and Joel is getting really, really good, and I really
accept
like that.
your reality that you guys like her acting, but I need you to accept my reality that I think that she's horrible on screen.
I accept that you believe that and that you feel that.
Okay. Well, and I also need you to accept that my opinion is slightly more valuable than your opinions because I am diverse.
I see.
Oh, that's not what I was expecting you to say.
I am technically Mexican. Therefore, I cannot be criticized because I am a minority. Sorry. If it looked like I was distracted, I'm trying to figure out some stream. I was listening to the entire discussion, but I was trying to tweak some stream settings because it looks like some of the comments were getting censored. They're coming through on this on the streaming profile, but they're not coming through on YouTube. And I thought I disabled all of like the auto censorship things, but I guess not. I think the problem is someone posted a link, and but it's not just the first comment. Well, it's all of the comments from that user were censored, and I don't know how to uncensor it. I'm looking through all the options.
Yeah, links, URLs do not appear in any.
But the other comments were good. It was like, hey, here's a video that I made, and then made some comments. And
can you still pull them up on the stream?
I can pull them up here. So it was a user called Dick Glick. I don't think he's in the chat anymore, but so I can pull them up, but they're not. They never went through to YouTube. But I think it's because the first comment he made was a link. But
yeah.
I can't figure it out.
That's a bummer.
It's okay. I'll just go directly to his channel. I don't want him to feel bad to just think I was censoring him. I don't like censoring. And I don't like communism. Episode 6. If I wasn't already out of the show.
Well, but here's the thing. Communism in ideology, it sounds great. It just doesn't work very well.
Yeah,
because people are flawed, right?
Yeah, and especially as it scales, and a lot of the systems, as it scales, have run into more problems. So
and they did make a point there that it's just a small community there, but they were also making commentary about even before this happened, there were 2 groups of people that believed that that you shouldn't own anything, or people that agreed that they wanted to own everything, or something like that. It's like
there's a lot more groups than that.
Yeah, but just to boil everything down to capitalist and communist mentalities is just
it's stupid. But
It's
the
like
fact
things
that
are a little bit
they're
more
it was
incredibly nuanced than that.
It was the subconscious indoctrination that bothered me. Like that they've shown all these communities, and really they're all kind of the same, right? But apparently this community is different because it's communist and it's this perfect utopia. Everybody gets along, but then if you actually think about it, I think this was an accident, and they didn't realize the message that they were sending. But they talk about all of the people that don't conform, who they murder. The couple that they met, right? The Indians. They were like, but the bodies across the river, they're strewn with bodies. Like, well, those are the people that didn't, I can't remember the words they used, but they're like, well, they didn't hold our values, which is very that's communism.
Yeah.
If you don't believe, you die. So yeah.
Well, but that's the thing, right? But then it goes back to this sort of society, like, well, once democracy is done, right? Like, what do people do? Do they try new things? Do they go to communism, try to figure that out? Like,
well,
or right? And
I'm
maybe
confused. What do you mean by
that's
democracy is done? Because democracy is bad. We don't have a democracy, Jared.
That's why quotations is
right.
That, but.
Democracy has never actually existed.
I know.
Any community that started as a democracy inevitably turned into a dictatorship.
Yes.
It's never democracy in its pure form. It cannot exist because it is unstable.
Yeah, but
if you want to know, America is a constitutional republic.
Yes. So thanks for fact checking me. That's not what I intended.
Sorry, I was confused. Comment. I thought you were saying that we live in a democracy, which we don't.
No, that's not what I. But I was just saying, that this sense of, hey, it because even though it is a republic, a lot of people think that we're a democracy, right?
Yes, because they're stupid.
Because of the way
that we have democratic elements in it.
Because there are democratic elements there, yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So what I'm saying though is that it's interesting though that once the current government fails, then what happens? Okay, well, people start to experiment with different things, and they try these other things, and maybe they try to on a smaller scale, but it's not necessarily the right thing, like you're saying, Alan. Like, they still murder people that don't conform, perhaps, right? But it works for them in that situation, and maybe it's not the best way to do it, but
my problem with it is there seem to be saying through the show that this is the ideal society.
Yes, that they
and this is the answer, and perhaps if we had adopted this a long time ago, we wouldn't have the problems that we're having now.
Well, just the dialogue. They had Joel say, like, "What? So you're talking about communism?" Saying, like, that doesn't sound like a good thing. And her response is, "Yeah, of course it's communism, you big idiot. It's the obvious solution to everything."
Yeah.
Well, no, I was going to say, I think the other reason why I wouldn't have taken, like, I don't personally take.
Can't you see? This is the perfect utopia. We're the only community that isn't dictatorship.
The only main thing, the reason that I don't take that message away from it of being like, oh, this is the right solution, and if we had done this from the beginning, maybe we wouldn't have any problems, is that they don't in any way, shape, or form point to the idea that the problem came from the capitalism or the non-communism from before. Like that would be where it's like, oh yeah, see, that caused the problem, and now we're doing it this way, and we're a perfect utopia. That would be where I'd be like, okay, all right, come on, you're trying to really message,
I've just seen it so many times. This is just part of the pattern of indoctrination for me.
Yeah,
it's trying to normalize it. It's the line from Quantumania. I know socialism is a charged word, but we have a lot to learn from socialists. Yeah, like how they murdered gays,
and how no socialist or communist government has ever thrived, has ever
It's the trying
succeeded.
it's the fact that it wasn't like a big issue, and they tried to gloss over it and say, "Oh yeah, of course it's a communism. Of course it's this perfect society," and then they don't address it. They don't actually get into the problems. Like
Right.
it's just it's supposed to be this blink and you miss it moment. That if
Also-
you hear it enough times, if you hear it in Antman, oh, socialism. It shouldn't be a charged word. It's a good thing. The ants are good. Oh, communism. It's a good thing. It's supposed to be these brief moments that will inevitably just get so
Well, and I still take more
will
of
permeate through into society.
I still take more of what I saw from it rather than the raw communism and socialism like directions and the ways that has been is the idea of, because what I do believe is that what we really need is people to be kind and work with each other and do that. And so that is, I think, something that they also showed, which arguably is the solution, whether it's in any kind of a system that may be more capitalistic leaning or more socialist leaning or whatever. It's all about taking care of each other. Like that's the reason that all of these systems have problems, is when people don't care about each other and don't take care of each other, and they try to take advantage of the system in order to manipulate and cause more problems, because that's why all of them have failed, you know.
The other thing that didn't make sense with the episode though is I caught something in there that I don't think they thought through, and it explains that they don't really understand what communism is, and it's because they specifically say
a real communism has never been tried before. That's the argument they go to. Yes. And it's
no, but they specifically say, you know, they're a commune, they share everything, you know, they have whatever needs of the community are met. But then later in the episode, she brings Ellie a coat. She says, "Oh, I traded for this coat." You don't trade in a communist society.
Works.
That's not free trade. Free trade is a separate thing. If you need something, you trade for something else you need. No, that's not communism. Communism is you're given exactly what you need by
the other silly thing is the way that they tried to portray it as this perfect utopia. Everyone shares everything. It's completely unsustainable, and it will always lead to someone taking control. It will lead to dictatorship. That's why communism is always married to dictatorships and fascism. It's the same thing, because they can't exist without one. Like the perfect communist utopia cannot exist in a society where people are human.
Exactly.
People someone will always try. Someone will always try and take control. And the fact that, but it's working perfectly, even though we don't have a leader and no one makes decisions, like that would never ever exist.
Yeah,
it's impossible for that to exist unless we live in a perfect world where everyone's perfect and no one is flawed.
Exactly. Well, but I think too, like you see a little bit of that in this episode, right? Like Ellie obviously thinks that she's in charge, like that woman's in charge, even though she's like, no, I'm not in charge. But like,
she's just a member of a council, which to me also indicates that it's not the way that you guys are seeing it, or at least I don't even think they were trying to present it as like nobody makes decisions, but there is a council that leads them. Then again, there's going to be problems with that.
It's the same with communism. There's a few people in power, and they say that it's all for the benefit of everyone.
People are in power. Like even ours, a few people are in power. You know, even capitalism and the what was it, the republic, the constitutional republic that we're in,
right? But
there's a few people in power.
We vote for those people that are in power.
Exactly.
With their commune is they have their little group of people that are controlling everybody else and making decisions on behalf of the community for their greater good. But it's just that group of elites. It's exactly what communism is.
The way that I had perceived it, because it doesn't really go into it either way, is that it was also a democratically elected or democratically appointed representation system there. But maybe that's just me being
in the episode they claimed, the leaders are always cycled through democratically. Like that's not how any of it would ever work in real life. Council equals people in charge, but it was a democratically elected council. It's not a democracy. It's not a dictatorship. Open your eyes.
They're completely confused.
So this is the real nerd talk where we talk about the evils of communism. But aside from that, the episode was just
part. I was able to just enjoy the rest of the episode without worrying about that.
Boring though, nothing happened.
Well, he didn't want to take Ellie,
get to the fight scene at the end, and the fight scene lasts like 2 seconds, and he gets stabbed by a broken wood
bat
shank,
baseball bat, broken
baseball bat. I don't know.
Have you
I thought it was
have you ever
interesting.
broken a baseball bat? They're not.
have.
They don't get spiky like that, it's he gets stabbed by it and like doesn't even notice. Like it's just like it was so
Adrenaline?
silly. It was
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah, and not only was it silly, but okay, you're critically wounded, you're bleeding out, and you're just gonna ride on your horse and not address it at all. Like, no,
Well,
you get out of cover and then
you need to get out of it. Yeah.
you address it. But no, they're just next scene, they're just casually trotting on the horse, and he falls off and like, oh no,
But
you're bleeding.
also,
Well,
like,
duh.
Also, it was like 4 guys, and this is Joel, who's supposed to be awesome, and like he could have taken and they had like a vantage point too, like they were up high. He was holding a sniper rifle.
I think
But
he
he was
maybe also
injured.
didn't want to kill people he didn't have to, so maybe he would rather just get out of there. Didn't know if there were more than just the 4 that he could see right then. Yeah.
Also, Dave, to your point, I think what it was trying to show was that they got out of danger and then he collapsed. Like I wasn't when I saw them
But
like, riding on
they
the
weren't
horse,
rushing
I
to
wasn't
get out of danger. They were just casually riding the horse along the railroad tracks.
well,
Like they
no,
were out of danger a long time ago, and they just kept riding till he collapsed.
well, that's because Ellie was in charge, right? Because Ellie was trying to basically take control of the horse and
Okay,
didn't
so
really know how
the
to do
lesson
it.
that we've learned is don't put women in charge. Okay?
The girl.
Don't let
Don't put
little
girls
girls
in
drive the
charge.
horses.
But I think I saw it more of like, okay, they just got out of harm's way and now he falls
now they're-
down because
I think they
also,
had just
in the
started
game-
to slow down. So I agree with Jared that like they haven't been out of danger for a long time, the way you were
Yeah.
taking it, David.
It-
It was more
it
like they
didn't-
just got out of danger, they've slowed down, and then he collapses. Like like we cut
That's-
in just as they like,
yeah.
okay, we're out of danger, we're slowing, and he
Yeah.
collapses because he's
That would have made more
do
sense,
they-
but that's not how it translates. It's a
Do
completely
they jump
different
forward?
it
set
translated that
piece,
way to me. For
and
sure.
they're not slowing down. They're already slowed. It
They were
cuts,
very
and they're
slow,
just like
yeah.
trotting along. It's like
It was
oh
bad.
my
It was bad
gosh.
editing. It could have been presented
Exactly.
better.
I think it could have been edited a little bit tighter to present it differently, but I definitely still took it that way, that they had just gotten out of danger, and then not that they had been riding for some time really slow, not caring or trying to do anything.
Yeah.
It was a little silly. Jared, the talking about the time skip. Do they skip like 3 months? I believe in the game. Do they just jump forward?
Well, what I remember is that I think there is a little bit of that, but I remember that it wasn't actually so far away. Like they had to go. You have to go to Salt Lake City, and you go to Wyoming.
Yeah,
and
Salt
stuff
Lake City's at the end.
Well, but yeah, you have to start out going to Denver. You do go to Denver at the beginning because that is still, isn't it, in the game? You still end up in the university. I was seeing because I was wanting to look and see what the like real world version of that university is, and there's not one in Denver. It's a little bit different. I mean, there is one in Denver. It's just not East
Right.
Colorado University. It's just Colorado University of Colorado, whatever. But anyway, so it sounds like you do go to Denver in the game, but then it's not until later that you have to realize, oh, we have to go all the way to Salt Lake.
Yeah, exactly.
But you played the game, so I want to hear what you're saying on it. I'm just that was my understanding.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like it's more of well, yeah, because that is, to be honest. So because you've already heard they have to go to Salt Lake in here, and
I know of that just because of looking stuff up. But
well, yeah,
So
that
it shows Salt Lake on the map.
and in the TV show they've already said, hey, you have to take her to Salt Lake. Whereas like
I thought they were just having to take her to because he was trying to get to Tommy in order to find because he thought that Tommy was with the Fireflies, and he's like, maybe Tommy knows where we're trying to go.
They haven't said
Tommy
Salt Lake
said,
in
oh,
the
they have a headquarter in Denver.
They were
so
trying to
as
find
of-
Tommy.
at least until tonight's episode. They haven't. I haven't heard the word Salt Lake.
The
in
only
the show.
reference to Salt Lake was on the map where it was all pointing to Utah and Salt Lake,
okay,
which is
yeah, maybe I was just confusing
Oh,
them.
okay, maybe okay. I wasn't paying as close attention to what they were looking at on the map, but all that I had seen was that they were trying to get to Tommy for that answer. Tommy said, "Go to Denver. That's where they're at." So
Yeah, so basically in the game you go there and then you realize, oh yeah, like they're not here, but there are signs that show, oh yeah, we got to go to Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, in all my settings, I
Oh,
even
that's right.
have,
Because you're right. Because
I
it's
have
once they get
allow
to
all
Denver, once they
comments.
get even in the show, once they get to Denver, they're looking at the map. That's where they see the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was like interrupted by the danger of the stabby bat. So
I have allow all comments selected. I don't even hold potentially inappropriate comments for review. But sorry, guy. Sorry, your comments didn't appear on the comments. But Salt Lake, it's appropriate. I would say that that Utah holds the answer to everything. If anyone's curious about what happens, where do we come from, where do we go? I'd be happy to send some Mormon missionaries your way if you just put your address in the live chat there.
Good one.
But no, it's actually stayed pretty true to the game so far. So
okay,
good.
Well, that's what I'm saying too. Like, yes, this one was a little bit more boring, but that's kind of how it is in the storytelling of the game.
But you also kill more zombies in the game, right?
What?
Because there've been zombies in 2 of the episodes, and they've only been exciting in 1 of them.
Well, yes, because it's a zombie game, but still, like.
But we're 6 episodes in.
That's different mediums, yeah.
Like,
and I've been
example, on episode 2, where you meet Bill or whatever that guy was, Bob or whatever. There's a huge. Oh yeah,
and that wasn't in the
zombie thing that you have to fight.
It's
with
not
them.
very exciting for a zombie show,
Yeah, well, but they killed him differently. Like, that's the thing. Like, he dies trying to protect you from the zombies, and so that's the thing. It's like, so there's different. Yeah. Anyway, so that part was different, but
I wish there were, because I like the zombies are a little bit different. They're fungus zombies, and so I would like to see more of them. But
after that second episode or wherever it was that they had the zombies, the post show where they're talking about and showing the creature effect work on those, that was really cool looking. They did some great work on those.
That's why I was so disappointed at seeing the boomer guy who just looked so bad.
Yeah,
I hated that.
It doesn't do anything besides rip the guy in half.
Yeah.
And why don't they start running?
Yeah.
But it's okay. We might see more in the next couple episodes.
Yeah. From my understanding too, and you'll have to tell me about this, but just from what I've heard, Jared, the way that he ends up killing the guy, that the big bloater kills the guy, is reminiscent of the way that they kill you in the game or whatever, the bloaters. Or something along those lines. The way he just rips his head off was apparently people really were like, "Ooh, he ripped his head off like they do in the game."
Yeah.
So even though yes, he just rips the one guy's head off in the background, it's a nod to the game. Is my understanding at least.
It's fine that he rips his head off. It's just that's all they show him do,
yeah.
And then they just leave. They don't have to fight him. It's just, yeah.
Well, maybe they'll bring him back.
Maybe.
Or another one like him, because you run into several of them throughout the game, don't you?
Yeah.
Not just one.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's just introducing a new type of zombie.
Right. Well,
so yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the show anymore. I honestly would not be watching it anymore if it weren't for this.
Well, hey, I'm no quitter. I'd keep watching, but I'm also.
I think it's still intriguing. I was just disappointed by the last several episodes.
There's 3 more episodes. So there's 3 more episodes. There's one episode tonight. Right, we're a week behind. It's sorry.
Well, it's because we record the same night that it comes out.
I'm sorry that we keep the show consistent. Okay. Yeah, we're a week behind. It's fine. But so the Mandalorian season 3 airs this week, March 1st.
Okay, there you go.
I'm not excited for it at all.
I was excited until
but I assume that you guys are going to watch it anyway. So it's something we can cover on the show. There'll be 3 more. There's 3 more episodes of The Last of Us. What I'm real excited for, baby. Excuse me, I burped. On March 6th, we get The History of the World Part 2, baby.
Yes.
We get male frickin' BFG Brooks, baby.
Yeah, I thought he was long done making films.
This guy hasn't made a movie in like 20 years.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does with it. And
Yeah,
I don't
so
know
he's
if
not the sole writer. So it's Mel Brooks. Wanda Sykes is also writing. Nick Kroll is also writing. One other guy, I can't remember. I don't have it pulled up. It looks interesting. It's going to be a 4-night event. I don't know all the details. IMDb has it listed as 8 episodes, releasing 2 episodes a night, but it's not going to be weekly. If IMDb is correct, it will be the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th that they release 2 episodes, which I think is a silly thing to do. But it could just be, that could be wrong. It could be like a weekly event. They said it's going to be for a 4-night event. I don't know if that's 4 in the same night or a weekly release, but you best believe it, and it's on Hulu, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching the crap out of that. And we'll talk about that.
I need to watch part 1 again to see.
Yeah, I honestly have never seen part 1, so I need to watch it. I think I've heard good things about it, but
yeah, again, it might be woke and cringe, but it's Mel Brooks. He's kind of not woke. The other people involved might be a little bit woke. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna give it a shot for sure.
Yeah, okay? I'll definitely watch it. I am concerned about it though, because he's gone on record saying that he couldn't make the films he had made previously in the past because of the woke mentality of everything. Nothing he's ever done would fly today.
But I saw the trailer.
Now here he is. So I don't know.
Pretty funny. Looked pretty funny.
So it's coming out on Hulu, you're saying?
I believe.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to figure out how I can get a hold of that because I don't have Hulu anymore.
I haven't seen part 1. I haven't seen part 1 in a long time, so I'll probably have to rewatch that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm trying to figure out where to watch part 1, and I'm seeing it on Amazon or Vudu.
Yeah, it's like $4. Yeah.
Where?
I'll rent it and I'll give you my login.
I've got it on DVD, I think, somewhere.
Okay. Just send that on over, David.
Yeah. I'll snail mail it to you
between now and then.
Yeah, I still can't find like specific details if it's going to be like 4 nights in a row. It's just it's 4-night event.
No.
Yeah, I'm interested. I love Mel Brooks.
So, man, Mel Brooks was my childhood.
Yeah.
Spaceballs, Robin Hood Men in Tights, Dracula Dead and Loving It. So good.
Yeah, that one is underrated, man.
Yeah, I love Dracula. High Anxiety is real good. But Blazing Saddles is just a timeless
silent movie.
That's one I really want to check out. I haven't seen a lot of them. But
yeah,
Blazing Saddles. Yeah, Blazing Saddles is good.
If you watch
it's
one
again,
of his
another
movies,
one that will never be made today. But
if you watch,
so good.
Stop saying that. People are too cowardice to make it today, but it could be made today if people had the cojones. Okay. Good night, Mark Clark. Thanks for tuning in. We're pretty much done here. We're just reminiscing on the old times now. The producers,
both versions.
I've seen at least one version of the producers. I don't remember which one though.
He made an original one, and then it was made into a musical Broadway, and then he made the musical Broadway into another movie. So there's 2 movies.
Yeah,
he made both of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm a big fan of High Anxiety though, which is a spoof on all of Alfred Hitchcock's movies.
Yeah.
Oh, Young Frankenstein. We didn't even talk about
Young Frankenstein.
Oh gosh, Young Frankenstein is so good. There's a couple of his movies that I haven't seen.
I haven't seen like The 12 Chairs and Life Stinks, but I should watch.
Spaceballs is pretty solid. I've seen Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Those are good ones.
Those are the classics. I think Young Frankenstein is my personal favorite of his. But
yeah, the most if you can only watch one though, Blazing Saddles. It's his most important movie.
Honestly, that is one of the ones that I would love.
Oh, it's so good.
Yep.
Yes. Where are you white women at? Oh, it's so good. It's so funny.
I've heard that is one of the great lines.
It's so good. There's like a line of bad guys applying to be bad guys for the bad guy. They're applying to be henchmen. And in the line, there's a group of people in like KKK uniforms, and so they're trying to sneak in and apply to be bad guys, and so to lure the KKK members away, the sheriff grabs he's not the sheriff, the white guy, Jim, who some people call him
Gene Wilder.
Jim Wilder grabs the black sheriff and just holds him up, and he's like, "Hey, where are your white women at?" And so the racists chase him down, and then they beat him up and steal their costumes. It's so good. Oh, I love Blazing Saddles. The ending it's so good too. Oh,
The ending is a bit ridiculous, but yeah,
it's so funny.
It's good.
better. It's better than Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It's a similar ending, but it's done better.
Yes.
Which one came out first? 74. Where's my Who was derivative of who?
Monty Python and the Holy Grail, or Blazing Saddles?
Who ripped off who? Holy Grail was in 75. And Blazing Saddles was in 74. Blazing Saddles did it first.
Well,
Monty Python ripped off Blazing Saddles.
Monty Python's Flying Circus, though, you've got to see when that was, because that had equal amounts of ridiculousness.
No, I'm just talking about how they end the movie, which is
right.
Very similar.
Correct. Yes.
But Monty Python did it because they ran out of money. And yes. Blazing Saddles did it on purpose. Yep. It's different. That's not a spoiler, but it's similar meta and
minor spoiler. Yeah,
it's great.
Yep.
Anyway,
good stuff.
We'll see you guys next week where we talk about The Mandalorian and The Last of Us. And that's it. That's all that's out next week. Right?
Yep. We'll actually have the Last of Us. Isn't there 2 more? Because there'll be next week's Last of Us, and then there'll be an episode that comes out that night.
There's 3. Yeah. So there's 3. There's 3 more episodes of The Last of Us.
Yep.
We didn't talk about all the books I read on my trip, but we can talk about it more in depth. But
I finally got through Last Metal.
I finished book 3, The Wheel of Time, so I'm ready for season 2.
Very nice.
Oh, I thought the book 2 was my favorite. After finishing book 3, it's like I might like book 3 better than book 2. Book 3 is so good.
Yeah,
I think I still like book 2. Just as like it's just the ending of book 2 is so good. But book 3, book 3 is even gooder too.
Well, I just finished Tress of the Emerald
got the
Sea.
wolf dream in it, and then Baron is cool. And then after book 3, Baron doesn't really do anything interesting until like book 12.
Yeah, so. That's much later.
Nice. Yeah, I finished Tress of the Emerald Sea, and I started Wheel of Time book 1, and I have the first 3 books on Audible, so I plan on blowing through those.
I read
good stuff.
Waiting.
I need to have a talk with Jared with Bearded. We'll save this for next week, but just a preview. Here's next time on Best Gens, episode 56. We will be talking about some books because I read The Wheel of Time, book 3. Then I read Speaker for the Dead. I finished it. Holy crap! I thought I liked Ender's Game. Ender's Game is a piece of doggy poo-poo. Speaker for the Dead is freaking amazing. My mind was blown the entire time. Holy crap, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like from the
oh my gosh! What?
It's like the aliens' perspective or something, right? Or
no. If you didn't know this already, he didn't want Ender's Game wasn't on purpose. Okay, Orson Scott Card wanted to write Speaker for the Dead. This was the story he wanted to tell, and he couldn't do it without first giving context of the main character Ender, who did a genocide. He did a xenocide. He killed all the alien guys. So before he could write Speaker for the Dead, he wrote a novella called Ender's Game, which was very short, and people liked it so much they made him write a full book. Turns out that book became his most famous book of all time for good reason. It's really good. But it wasn't even the story that he wanted to tell, which was Speaker for the Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
I had to remember which parts were where and everything because Xenocide gets interesting too. It takes it even further and has some really cool things it explores.
And then Children of the Mind is the 4th one, right?
Yeah. Xenocide and then Children of the Mind. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna read them all.
They're so good. And honestly, in a very different route, the Shadow series, Ender Shadow.
I read the
and
first
then,
one. Ender Shadow
Shadow
is
the
really good.
Hegemon, Shadow of the, those ones are also really good, but they're so vastly different. They're a really cool look at like world politics through this time and the shifting, world powers based on what's coming out of the military school, out of
the gist of it though is that Ender is grappling with the weight of having done a genocide and dealing with his legacy of being that guy that did it, and also being the person that called himself out for doing it, because he becomes the speaker for the dead, and he's the one that tells everybody, hey, I did a bad thing, and then jumps into sub light speed thousands of the years into the future, and he has become a legacy twice as the guy that did a bad thing, and also people don't even know that it's the same person that wrote Speaker for the Dead and the guy that called out the bad guy. So he's both people.
Because
so he's dealing with two legacies, and then the humans have discovered a new race of aliens, and they're interacting with them for the first time. So so of course he's involved with that and trying to make sure that humanity doesn't make the same mistakes with the new aliens, while he's also carrying the seed of the buggers that he's trying to find a home for, so he can undo his whole genocide thing. And it's just balancing that, and that's not even, guess what? That's not even what the story's about. Okay, that's the context, because the story is about humans. Okay.
That's I'll listen to it.
They're so good. I love all of them.
Good.
I love all of them. They're so good.
I have the whole series, and I've been meaning to read it, but the only things I've read is Ender's Game and Ender's Shadow
that talk to each other, and it's so interesting.
There's bits that get a little bit kind of weird and stuff in there, but like it's so good. I love it all. It's so good.
There's just a little bit of oh no, I won't say it. Never mind. It would have been funny, but it would have been spoiler.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
Yeah. Cool beans.
I loved it. So I read that. Then I read Small Gods, Terry Pratchett. Super freaking good. And I'm currently reading Homeland, which is the first of the Drizzt books.
Yeah.
The Shattered Realms. Or Forgotten Realms. Forgotten
Yeah,
Realms.
Augustus there in the chat. They made more. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about Speaker for the Dead, which is a sequel to Ender's Game.
It's good.
Not in the movies. It's a sequel only in books.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
And I didn't like the movie. I'm sorry.
But I've got like 2 hours left in Homeland, and that one's really good. I want to read more of Drizzt because it's really good. But I think the next I'm torn, and I want to read more of Ender's Game. I want to read Xenocide, but I also know I need to start another series. I think I might go to sufficiently advanced magic. That might be
that's pretty good too. Yeah, I like that.
That's real good.
That's not bad.
Audible did this horrible thing.
No, wait. Did you do the Lightbringer or not the Lightbringer?
No, I haven't read your colors book yet. Okay,
dude, you need to read the colored books by Brett Weeks. Oh my God.
have them. I haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay. Well, stop putting it on the back burner.
But the colors, they're magic. You get magic colors.
Oh, it's so good.
Sounds like Warbreaker to me.
Yep.
I mean, not exactly. But.
Yeah. No, I'm sure they're good. I know. I just make fun of it. If I had a friend try and explain the plot to Mistborn to me while I was on a mission in Mexico. I was like, this sounds like the most retarded book I've ever heard of, but it's so good.
On the surface, it does sound pretty ridiculous.
It sounds stupid.
You swallow metals and then you burn them for powers. It's just like,
you gotta eat some metals and then you burn the metal in your stomach.
Sounds friggin' awesome to me.
It gives you magic. You can turn it to a magnet. If you eat a metal, it makes you a magnet. I can do the same thing if I rub a pair of scissors on a magnet. Okay.
You can become a magnet?
Yeah, you can become a scissor magnet. Audible did this this horrible thing where they said you can use 1 credit to get 2 books. And they had a whole bunch of like free books. And the only books that were available are the beginning books in like long series. So we'll give you the first book, we'll give you the first Drizzt book, and
No.
then you'll have to buy the rest of them.
Not even the only ones I was interested in. It was like the second or the third book, but they didn't have the first book available.
So I got
ridiculous.
Homeland, I got Gunmetal Gods, I got Sufficiently Advanced Magic, and I got Shadow of What Was Lost. And if I like any of them, I'll have to buy more books.
Mm-hmm.
So
doubling down on, Brandon Sanderson called them out for specific bad practices, and they come out with a new bad practice. Come on.
No, it was a very intelligent.
It was a smart business decision. Yeah.
Ugh. All right. Well, I can't cancel my Audible yet because I need Knights of Radiance.
Words of Radiance?
Words of Radiance. I have the physical books, but I started listening to audiobooks. So I have The Way of Kings, I have Rhythm of War, and I have Oathbringer, but I need Words of Radiance just to finish the set.
Yeah.
So I got one more month of Audible, and then I'll cancel. Anyway, we'll see you guys next week where we talk more about Shadow of the Hegemon.
Yes.
Ender's Speaking for the Dead. It was so good.
So good.
It's
been a while since I've read those. I need to see if I can actually pull those up this week or something.
There's a quote from that book I'll pull up next week. It was like the most poetic thing I've ever read. And it wasn't even part of the book. It was one of like the excerpts at the beginning of a chapter. It was like, hey, this is like some scripture that pulled up from someone quoting someone who was quoting Ender who said one thing one time, and it became like scripture years and years later. And it's like, that is beautiful.
Yep.
It's not even part of the story. It's so good.
Nice.
All right.
Great stuff.
Cool.
Yeah. Ender's Game, dog doo-doo. Piece of garbage book. I hate it.
And it is amazing, and yet compared to Speakers of the Dead. Yeah.
For a long time, it was my password to everything.
You mean as of yesterday?
No.
Now it's Speaker for the Dead.
Well, it's funny because there's a plot point in Speaker for the Dead where his password is Ender. And I'm like, oh no, that was mine.
That was more stupid of a decision than you ever thought it was.
Yeah.
I needed a password when I was like 12 years old, and so I picked my favorite book.
Yep.
Turns out it's a plot point in the next book.
In the next book that you didn't read yet. Oh man,
that's funny.
All right,
okay.
we talked too long.
I added numbers to it. All right, bye. This is our longest show yet. We'll see.
Make it up for 2 weeks.
Thanks. I love you guys. Thanks for doing this. It's always fun talking. Thanks for watching us. Thanks for sticking around. Again, you can become a channel member if you want to support us in our hour of need. You can become a channel member. It only costs $1. You get access to emojis and a store-wide discount on all my merch if you want to buy a shirt or if you want to buy a poster. It helps. And if you tell 3 of your friends to subscribe to my channel, and those friends tell 3 of their friends to subscribe to my channel, pretty soon
we're gonna run out of friends.
you won't have any more friends.
Yep.
So stay in school. Goodbye, Bryson Bentley. It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in the chat before. Yeah, we'll see you guys next week when we talk about more nerd stuff and less communism.
Maybe.
If you want, we could do a deep dive on communism.
Please.
Spoilers, it's bad. It's very bad. Yeah.
Are we
It's
done?
weird.
Yes.
I'm just saying it's weird to me that you got that lefties like communism so much when communism has done more to bigotry than any other group in history.
Yeah.
Okay. They murdered a lot of gay people. Just saying. Putting that out there. I thought you guys liked that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
See you next week when we talk a little bit less about communism.
Again, that depends on this next episode.
It depends. I don't know. Maybe it becomes relevant again.
That's why I said probably. That's all that I said.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe for all I know, Xenocide is about communism. I don't think so. I read the plot summary. No, I'm just kidding. I read what it's about. Anyway, the summary. I read that.
The synopsis on the back of the little
What's
blurb
next
on
The dust sleeve cover. Yep.
All right.
Bye.
Go play some Hogwarts Legacy. Okay. Go tell your mom you love her. Here's the video that this is the end of the show. There we go. Shoot, I did it again. I didn't have.
And now it is time to say goodbye.
We had a great conversation.
It's been fun. But all good things must come to an end, and the goodest ending I can think of is
Right now, this moment, this night.
So I guess we just say goodbye.
So, goodbye.
Toodaloo. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Ding dao day. But come back next week for more outrageous bloopers.
This is the end.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife.